Hello there. Hi. With audio, all that stuff seems like it's working. It's me, Scott. I hope you had a lovely Monday. For me, it was one of those days that feels like I just did chores and meetings, and then I had to take a nap. And then it was like, now it's 6 p.m. So I don't know. So today's a little bit of a bust. I think, and then one thing that happened today, a real shock, is this got an email from Cloudflare about the pricing for the durable object stuff that I did for that last version of Heat, and there was bad news. It was very bad news. My usage was billing is not looking rosy for me, so we need to fix that problem very soon. And so that is why we're gonna play Satisfactory instead of that. I definitely should work on the durable object thing, but I feel like the more productive use of my time would be to work on these drones, right? Like I think that's the thing to do. So here's what happened. We did this stream last time, and we built the battery farm, and we got a drone, and then I played again, maybe yesterday, and I was like, oh no, the this was a bad idea. The That was weird. It's got an error in OBS I've never seen before. Maybe that was bad. Anyway, um, I was thinking the drones were a bad idea and it was a waste of time and it wasn't the right way to do things and I should build a train instead. Encoding overloaded. Consider turning down video settings. Is this just because, oh man, is the stream getting murdered? Now it seems okay. I wonder if that's going to be that way in the actual file. Well, interesting. Yeah, so anyway, I don't know. I got all tangled up trying to decide because we have this problem where the sulfur is way over here somewhere in our little battery factories up there, and we got to get the sulfur to the factory. So like, and unfortunately, there's just nothing useful by where the sulfur is. It's just kind of in this boring little. Is the stream terrible? How's our bitrate? Are we chunking up? I can't really tell. Sort of seems okay. Can't tell if it's the playback or the actual encoding. Maybe I should look on another device. It looks kind of bad. But OBS is not complaining right this minute. It says I have no dropped frames. Is it a lie? So one thing I did do differently is I'm doing game capture instead of... let's try this instead. Let's just do desktop capture instead. And maybe that will be better. The stream looks insane. Yeah. Let me look on this machine over here. If I remember how. Twitch has uninstalled itself. So, thanks, Apple. So that's good news. Great. Let's wait for Twitch to re-download. There it is. Did it keep my settings? Yes. Am I still me? Yes. Does the video look bad? Okay, I'm waving my hands gingerly in the air, gently. It's kind of weird too because the video is so kind of strangely jumpy. Waving, waving. I seem to be very behind on... This is strange. I haven't really had this problem before. Maybe it's a Chrome problem? It kind of looks okay in this video. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to refresh this web browser over here. And maybe when it comes back, it'll magically be fixed because that's how computers work. And when you don't like something on a computer, you just restart and it magically fixes everything every time. Okay, well, I'm just going to go with this. Hello, gently waving. Okay, it seems fine. It seems okay. Let's go with it. So, yeah, I don't know what to do. But my indecision I started putting a train over there, but then it's like, well, even if I do the train, I gotta get the freaking sulfur down the mountain anyway. So the thing that feels expedient at the moment. So here's my options. There's the sulfur right there. That's my little sulfur mine, right? So getting stuff down from there, not a huge deal. You can build a little conveyor belt. My first thought was like, oh, we should build a crazy system of conveyor belts to take that sulfur up into the heights. And that seems, I mean, we could do that. It just doesn't seem very good. Second idea was like, okay, we'll just build a drone setup and we'll have a drone up there and we'll have a dedicated drone airport just taking sulfur back and forth, I guess. But then I didn't like that. And then I thought, well, maybe I'll just get this sulfur conveyor belted down to the valley and we'll drone from there. And then I thought maybe I'll build a train. So I don't know. I don't know. Binary, listen, we have dog to work on. I mean, it's important. As soon as December starts, I'm going to start hemorrhaging money because I'm paying way too much for Cloudflare services that should be $5, and I think my billing is like over 100. So it's critical. It's critical that I take care of that very soon, and that is why I'm playing Satisfactory instead. If you don't see the logic there, I don't know what to tell you. We're just going to build more. We're going to build another drone. We're going to build another drone port because this is ridiculous. This day, well, I don't know. It's one of those days where it just feels like nothing. It's been that way lately. It's where like projects don't quite come together and things don't work the way you want them to. No, I gotta save heat. We'll save it. I do. So I did hear back from them. And yeah, there were some more responses in that Discord channel about the same problem. The biggest bummer is, and I think they recognize this, and I can't hold it too much against them because probably the engineers are not the people who decided the pricing. Like, it was probably somebody else. Ben, no, it's hello, Ben. So I ported heat to this experimental Cloudflare stack, which I love. It's Cloudflare workers, and then it has this crazy durable objects. I may have described it to you before. Durable object setup to just maintain these magical entangled WebSocket connections in the cloud in a way that barely makes sense, but it's great. But it was all in beta, and they weren't charging for it in beta because they hadn't figured out how they wanted to charge for it, basically. And they decided how to charge for it, and they basically chose a they chose a monetization scheme that could not have been worse for my use case. It's almost like they custom designed the worst possible monetization strategy for the way that I'm doing things, because even the way they seem to realize this, like the engineering person that I talked to and the people on the Discord seem to recognize that the strategy they're using is maybe not the best or the most friendly to projects like mine, which require not a lot of throughput necessarily, but a lot of persistent WebSocket connections. Yeah, kind of. But and I think that the biggest issue, I guess, is when they were first presented. So I don't know how to summarize it really simply, but basically the idea is that there's these things that just exist in the magical cloud called durable objects. And they're just like state that you can have that exists in the cloud, and you can always find a durable object, and they're very quick and they're very responsive. And if you want just to have two arbitrary serverless, or have a serverless setup, but still be able to store state like WebSocket connections, you can. And it's pretty amazing. Like it's kind of exactly the thing that I wanted. Because you don't have to have a server, you can have serverless functions, but you can still have persistent state, including persistent WebSockets, which is pretty crazy. So that's all awesome. And when they first pitched it, they were like, oh yeah, you just use durable objects, just go crazy. Go nuts with these durable objects. You should, if you have a database, and you have like a database of people, make a durable object for each person. Why not? No problem. And then So basically they were kind of pitching them as like uh, uh, as a very what's the way to put it, like a highly available, highly cheap resource that you could just kind of use willy-nilly. And they're kind of priced like that. Like you can kind of have as many durable objects as you want, and in general, in that kind of use case, it's not a big deal. The problem is parallel to that, they came up with this thing that is the WebSocket thing that lets you have the persistent WebSocket connection. And I know I'm not explaining this well, but to hopefully quickly summarize, you can have a lot of durable objects acting like cheap database entries, and it's no problem, and it will cost you very little, except for when those objects are kind of awake. So you can have a huge, a huge number of these individual durable objects just existing in the ether, and as long as nobody's touching them, I mean, there's some storage cap, but in general, they're like almost an unlimited resource, and they're very inexpensive, and you only pay when you touch them, basically. However, for their like WebSocket strategy, where you use them to broker WebSockets, which they pitch, like they have a repository that was like, oh look, you can use this to build a chat service, where you can have all of your chat participants just connected in this way, and you can maintain all that through durable objects. Isn't this great? And I thought, this is great, because it's almost exactly what I wanted for Heat. And so I ported Heat to that. But now, very long story short, they decided to monetize it in such a way that any kind of activity that keeps a durable object active, you're paying for it. And so even if you have just one person connected via a WebSocket to a durable object, and they maintain that connection for a month, you use all of your allotted traffic and have to start paying ad hoc, or a la carte, I guess is the way to put it. So just one person connected all month will completely blow through basically all of your allocated. It's a weird thing because it's not time. It's like a function of time and memory usage, but basically your time. And so that's very bad for me because I have a, whatever, arbitrary number of broadcasters connected at any given time. And so, and sometimes there's more than one connected, so there's more than one durable object alive. So basically, the cap is 400,000 seconds per gigabyte, or gigabyte seconds, or whatever their metric is. I think it's gigabyte seconds for their thing that represents memory usage over time. You get 400,000 allotted, and I'm using like 2 million a week or something currently. So I'm way over, and you have to pay in blocks of 1 million for $12.50. So it doesn't take very long. I think I'm over $100 now. Well, I gotta have the sockets because I need some way. It's either sockets. Okay, let's just entertain that idea for a second. Are we killing sockets? I don't think so. Now, I was about to say there's no other way to do it without a persistent connection from the broadcaster, but that's obviously not true. We could do something ridiculous and have the broadcasters poll. The issue with that would solve this problem, but it would introduce a new problem, because the nice thing about this thing, where data just comes in and goes straight to the broadcaster, is I don't have to store it. Like, I don't store anything in Heat except for the click cooldown time, maybe the only piece of persistent data. So if I was going to have the broadcasters poll, which is what we'd have to do to get rid of sockets, we would have to have a way to persistently store and a way to expire, which we could. I don't know. I don't like it as much. It also means any of these instances that people are doing that have already built that are WebSocket based, like, so all the Heat stuff that exists so far is WebSocket based, so we kind of kill that. Yes, this is we're working on durable objects here. Well, so here's the new plan, I think. And it's either, so they came up, here's my imagined story in my head. chainsaw's kind of loud, sorry. The imagined story in my head is the engineers built this amazing thing and it's really cool. And they market it, or they pitched it to people in their blog posts, and they're like, check out this chat thing, it's awesome. And then so people started using it as advertised, which is just go nuts, make 1 million durable objects, knock yourself out. And in those early posts, they were like, we haven't really figured out pricing, but you know what, go nuts, have a good time. And so people like me went nuts. And what I imagine internally is that somebody else, not the engineers, had to come up with a strategy for pricing, how they were going to monetize the durable objects, realized that they needed to do it in this time-based way, or that it was most lucrative for them to do it in this time-based way. And then suddenly the engineers were like, oh, well, it's kind of a problem because we told people to do this thing, and we like this thing. So, and the reason I assume that is because they later released a thing called Dog. So, well, okay, that is actually another point. So the other totally separate track to this is we figure out a way to reasonably monetize heat where it doesn't matter and we just pay the bill with heat money. But anyway, this chainsaw really is a good complement to what I'm talking about. So, Dog. What is Dog? Dog is durable object groups. And basically, it does the obvious thing, which is very counter to their initial presentation of how you should use durable objects, which is like, oh, instead of just having... well, yeah, right. They were supposed to be these tiny little things. So basically, they're saying instead of having 1 million individual durable objects, have durable objects that wrap multiple pieces of data, basically. And so they're treating it, this Dog, this durable object group, they're kind of presenting it as a clustering solution, which is very annoying because that is one of the things that superficially durable objects immediately meant I didn't have to do. Because that was the thing that sucked with Heroku, it was the thing that sucked with Amazon. I mean, it's not the worst, but it's annoying. It especially sucked with Amazon, was all the Redis stuff that I had to do to make sure, or Elasticache, to make sure that separate shards, like separate nodes of heat, could talk to each other. Is it you're sad about the plant outlines? Is that bad? Because it outlines the whole model? No, you're right. I'm going to delete this game. Yeah, so they have these durable objects groups, which in some ways is like, okay, it's sort of counter to the whole initial pitch of durable objects, because now we do have to cluster this. But they make it relatively easy. So they have this kind of whatever. It's just a repository, but it's a separate layer that instead of having a durable object per channel, it gives you this like what do they call it? Like group and replicant is maybe the names for it. But basically, I would have one durable object, a single durable object that all traffic routed through, and then I would bundle multiple broadcasters into single replica durable objects. So say, for example, I could put, even if I could just put 10 broadcasters on a single durable object, that would lower my, not exactly, but it would basically lower my usage by a factor of 10. And one of the engineers I was talking to, or I assumed he was an engineer, one of the people I was talking to about it, maybe a project manager person, thought that I could maybe get 10 or 100 broadcasters on a single. Yeah, it's like load balancing, which is sort of exactly the thing that one of the things I liked about durable objects is I didn't have to do that, right? The pitch of durable objects was like, you don't have to worry about it. Like, they'll just be there when you need them. And so it is sort of annoying to have to do this kind of like load balancing thing, but they make a library for it. It seems very lightweight. It doesn't require any like, server or hardware or whatever configuration. It's still all serverless. It's just when these requests come in, they all go through a single durable object, and that durable object its only job is to figure out what secondary little durable object cluster replica that the broadcaster is connected to, and send the data that way. And it seems fine. It seems like an okay solution, and I think it's going to work. It's just It's just kind of annoying. And it's also kind of annoying to it. Actually, they like sent me a personal email. It's like an individual person at the company sent me what did not seem like a form email that was like, hey, we're turning on pricing for this, and it looks like you're using $100 a month of data. We just want to give you a heads up because we turn on, we flip the switch on December 1st. And so that's how I had this kind of personal thread with the Cloudflare employee, which is a little bit weird that it's nice that they did that, but so they wrote me and they're like, yeah, you're currently using whatever around $100 a month. We just wanted to give you a heads up. So yeah, it's okay. I guess I could have done a better job of being aware of the situation, but I feel like maybe there were just some what seemed like marketing emails. I don't remember getting something that was like, hey, urgent, we're going to start charging you a bunch of money soon, and with our pricing model, you are way overusing the server resources. So it was cool. I mean, I did appreciate it. The downside, I appreciated the personal contacting. Like, that was nice, rather than just waking up one day and either heat was broken or my credit card was charged. So that was good. The thing that would have been better is if I knew it was coming. And I'm sure they sent some emails, but I think they just, I don't know. Heroku does a pretty good job of saying like, hey, urgent, something is happening with your services. Like, you need to pay attention to this. Attention required, action required, whatever. And I don't remember seeing anything like that from Heroku from Cloudflare. But anyway, so the thing that is annoying is this new billing model goes into effect starting in December in just a couple days. And so really what I should be doing right now is rewriting Heat to use these dogs and going from there. And that is why I'm instead building this drone port. So hope that'll make sense. Yeah, maybe that's what it was. I don't deny that there were emails. I think it was just maybe it wasn't very clear that like they didn't like, looking back. I think there were definitely some emails from Cloudflare, but they sort of got lost in like product announcements and things like that. It didn't seem like there was anything that was, hey, you person who uses our service, individual person, you need to deal with this thing. And maybe that's too much to expect. I don't know. I feel like I've used other services that thing where I do get that thing. This is probably one of my least favorite items in this game because it's very difficult to tell. And I do have a jetpack. It's kind of difficult to tell its positioning relative to the wall. And for some reason I can't find a good position that I have power to use my jetpack. So, okay, it's over here. Okay, well, I probably should have made this taller, but oh well. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like, and I don't know. I don't think it was nefarious, but I do feel like the early documentation around the durable objects was very cavalier of like, oh yeah, you can just use it for whatever. And that especially that their chat application was like, oh yeah, every chat room is a durable object, no problem. Why wouldn't you want to do that? But that means that if you tried to use their chat server, as illustrated in the documentation, I should have made this taller. It would have been tremendously expensive if you had more than one room, basically. You could have one chat room on your chat server, and as soon as you had any more, you would be paying the a la carte pricing. Should still go taller. Taller still. Yeah, it was weird. I mean, Yeah, in retrospect, it was a pretty weird thing. Just the idea of, and I don't know, I'm not saying they did it wrong, but it's a pretty weird thing to think about now in retrospect of them being like, hey, we have this new service coming up. Here's everything you need to get started with it. Go for it. You're going to love it. We'll talk about pricing later. Like, we're not even going to talk about it now. And I guess I very naively, based on the, what is this? Did I do this backwards? Does that look weird? Based on the pricing of the rest of Cloud for Workers, which is insanely reasonable, super, super reasonable, I guess I just thought like, oh, well, you know, whatever they come up with, it's going to be reasonable. Because everything else for Cloud for Workers is just so cheap that I can't imagine, I could imagine it not being a, not feeling like a reasonable deal, I guess. So, my fault. I mean, the main person I blame is Binary. Clearly Binary's fault as the person who told me about Cloudflare Workers. But I still like it. Like, I do want to be clear. I still think it's cool, and I'm still super into it, and I still think it is a better, certainly still feels less annoying than, I did this backwards? Oh, no. Wait, no, that should be... Oh, okay, it's all backwards. Everything's backwards. Messed up. So I'm still into Cloudflare Workers. I still like it more than what I would have to do with Amazon or Heroku, which overall would be more expensive. But right now, this durable object solution is too expensive because of the way I've implemented it. Which, oh well. But it does seem, it seems like not a hard problem. It seems not difficult to lower usage by a factor of 10, so we'll just go with that. Or maybe even a factor of 100. Yeah, I mean, it's true. It does work. It works very well. It works as... I'm not going to say it works as advertised. So, well, I don't know. It's hard to say. Do you consider, like, the developer blog posts advertising? I kind of do. Maybe it's one of those things that's like letter of the law versus spirit kind of thing. So I don't know. I mean, honestly, it also wouldn't surprise me too much if they do reconsider their pricing, just because it does seem like maybe not a huge number of people, but it seems like I'm not the only one who is taken aback by the way the pricing works out. And I feel like the person I talked to was pretty frank about like, yeah, our pricing is pretty like, for this specific use case, the pricing is terrible. And I think, yeah, if I had to continue with my made-up narrative in my head, the reason they made dog is because they felt bad about it. Or, you know, they recognized that it was a bad value, and that's why they did the dog thing. Well, it's a funny thing about that 128 meg limit. It's pretty weird. So it's you. This is the thing I want to profile, and actually seeing that kind of mini whatever your mini, what is that thing called? The mini cloud, the local version of it. I just don't even know how to profile the memory usage of some of those things on their servers. Like, I don't even know exactly. There's probably a way. I think there are some Node.js. I don't know if you could use those in workers. I don't know in a worker how I would profile the memory usage of some of this stuff. And so, for all I know, my current durable objects take like 1 megabyte, but they're configured such that no matter what, you pay for a minimum of 128. So even if for example my durable objects, I was only paying for the space that I use, which I doubt is 128 meg, I would probably be paying way less. Yeah, so I just don't know. I mean, maybe I could use some kind of profiling stuff in the Cloud for Worker environments. I think you can maybe use Node stuff in there, but I guess my point is I feel like that would be pretty easy for me to figure out um, with that local environment setup. To just figure out like, okay, how big is a durable object? How big are some of these things? And just get a sense, how big is their WebSocket pair to store, that kind of thing, so I could actually know um, how much space to expect. So all that sounds good. The thing that becomes a concern then is throughput, right? Because you suddenly, say I cram 100 broadcasters onto one server, or sorry, into one durable object. That's one JavaScript thread. It's all single threaded. So this single connection that comes in, I wonder how that actually, maybe there's so little, okay, here's the annoying part. I was about to say there's virtually no work done, but that's not true. There's a fair amount of work done to validate the Amazon JSON token. Like most of the work that Heat does in the back end is just to do all of this stupid token validation. And I ended up writing my own, so it's pretty lightweight, I think, even though it was tremendously annoying. But yeah, there's like, it's not major, but it's a non-trivial amount of compute, I guess. Okay, do you think I can gently float down this mountain without dying? I want to say maybe. It's true. Yeah, so there's actually on that point, Life of Yours, there's something very similar to solving problems of software architect, not even programming problems, not even algorithm problems, but just figuring out how the pieces fit together, which I hesitate to call software architecture, though I think that's kind of the term people would sort of generally use. That was a bad fall. This game scratches that same mental itch for me somehow. Like, there's something about this game that is very much in line with the satisfaction of solving a like software interoperability or service interoperability, or even like within a single program system interoperability or module interoperability problems. This game kind of scratches those same itches for me. I think that's why I'm so enraptured by this game. Yeah, I mean, binary, isn't this your job? Basically, this is your job, right? Put together all these pieces, connect all the dots, visualize some data in there somewhere. I will say that is the thing I wish this game did better, is visualizing the data. Well, so it's funny, because there is a... certain games I never want to play because they're too close to... Like, any game that is pretend programming, like Human Resource Machine, or Hack and Slash, or any game that's kind of like, or any of the, what is it, Zaptronics games, I never want to pretend to program. Like, I get zero pleasure out of that. But somehow, maybe it's because this part of like systems and programming, I kind of hate doing so much that when I do it here, it's satisfying because there's like, I was about to say there's clear solutions, but obviously I'm having trouble figuring out this battery solution. So I don't know why this is a little different. Yeah, it might be that it's the overlap is not enough that it makes me insane. I think if I was actually working on projects currently where I was really focused on that kind of layer, I would be super annoyed by this game. But as it stands, it's like definitely doing a thing my brain wants to do. No, I know. I can't. Well, I don't. It's so funny. This game is like such a time eater because you just want to optimize. It's just an optimization sim. I wanted to respond to something else. What did you say? Oh yeah, use their crypto. So I did use they have an implementation of web crypto, which is terrible. Like, it's really bad. It's really painful to use in almost every way. It's like, yeah, it's pretty shockingly bad. or like shockingly obtuse. Maybe it's good at doing the work that it does. Like maybe if it efficiently handles the algorithms. But as far as a thing a human has to use to handle, it was like a 5 layer thing. Do you remember this? Where it was this like, I'm having flashbacks to how terrible it was. Where it was like, oh, actually, this isn't base 64 encoded. It's base 64 URL encoded, where they took the base 64 and they replaced two characters in it that weren't valid. So you actually have to take this thing that looks base 64, but has two characters that are not really right, and then base 64 URL decode it, and then base 64 decode that. It was just like layers upon layers of obtuseness that was just a huge pain to deal with. It's like truly unpleasant, and was the bulk of the code on the heat backend. Was So I used their crypto in that I used the web crypto API, but I everything was so broken and didn't work well, or was super bloated node modules. I ended up writing it myself, and it took days. It sucked. Yeah, I wonder. I mean, those calls can't be super cheap, right? Like those calls, and I was about to say, try to imagine like, oh, maybe there's a way I could cache some of that work, but I don't think so, because I think there's a timestamp in every one of those tokens, and so maybe there's some way that some part of that work could be cached, but I'm not really convinced. Anyway, that sucked. It was not good. It was a bad. It was the kind of experience that just makes me not. It was almost bad enough that it made me not want to do the project. Like if I wasn't already so heavily invested in heat and I hit that, that's the kind of thing that sometimes I hit in a project and I'm like, I think I'm good. I think I don't want to do this anymore, because it's just they like the implementation is so bad that it fully turns me off. Like for a good example of that is the idea of wanting to potentially monetize heat, and every aspect of that kind of thing in the Twitch API sucking so bad that it has fully turned me off the idea multiple times of looking at it multiple times in multiple different ways and deciding like, this is terrible. I'm just not going to do it. Um, no, cryptography, not cryptocurrency. Yeah, I wonder. Well, so the in the instance in this, it's if it was just auth, if it was truly just auth, that would be one thing, because I could cache an auth token and that would be fine. This is validating JWTs, which I think has different content every time, because there's a timestamp that's part of the hash. Is that the right way to put it? Um, it takes that much aluminum to make an aluminum sheet. Oh no, it doesn't. Okay, my mistake. Um, so I'm not sure. Because it's I don't even remember, a multi step process to validate those JSON web tokens. It is possible that some piece of that I could do once and then cache it, but I think I still have to run the cryptography algorithms every time on the token itself, um, which is not great. It's not the worst, but it's not great. It's pretty annoying. That's every click, every single click that comes through. Um, Unless I just decided not to, but then that really opens it up for much more easier exploitation. If I just decided like, don't worry about it. Don't, we're just not going to validate anything. Um, so I think, yeah, I will say probably the least part of my interest in the game. No, it's called knolling. Um, probably the least part. My least favorite part of this game is the combat. And in general, you don't need too many resources from creatures, but you do need some, and it's pretty annoying. Okay, so here is my current thinking. We need sulfuric acid in this vat. We have none. Which means we need sulfur in this factory. We have none. So we need another airport that is only going to feed this factory sulfur. But it also needs batteries from this factory, from this airport. So I've kind of laid this out really badly. And this was supposed to be a temporary layout anyway because I didn't have any concrete. So maybe we should reconsider. Well, these batteries could go up here too. So maybe maybe both airports need to go down here, which means we need to break out the chainsaw somewhere, which I think means we're going to turn down the volume. The chainsaw is my least favorite sound effect in this game, and I wonder if, do you think that equipment volume is the chainsaw? Oh, that is amazing. You can turn down the individual. Wow, that is a menu. They let you turn. Okay, I mean that's great. That's great. This game just, not that it needed to redeem itself, but just it just got some ridiculous bonus points for letting me turn down my least favorite sound effect in the game. What a funny thing. Okay, so we'll have our big battery pool, and it will have a single splitter that will need to split in 3 ways. So one set of batteries will need to go to the sulfur courier. Why can't I pick this tree? That's weird. Are those trees not chainsawable? One will need to power the drone that is going to transport sulfur back and forth. One will need to go to power the drone that's going to transport batteries back and forth. And one will go to... I'm very confused. And then one will go to actually the bay to be transported down to our main airport down below. So all that seems manageable. Am I just full up on stuff here? So all that sounds reasonable, and then we'll have our batteries going, we'll have our drones going. Then I guess we'll look at this, like some of these other milestones we need to unlock. I'm really confused about these. You think I can alter the chainsaw graphics? Maybe. I'm just tickled by the ability to control that sound, because I find it kind of unpleasant in general. And the main thing I don't like about the chainsaw is it has this sort of activation sound that happens every time you switch tools. So if I'm toggling through the tool menu, if I land on chainsaw here, it will play the sound. If I switch to like the destroy thing and then exit that, it will play the sound again. If I switch to this menu to do something and then exit that, it will play the chainsaw again. So I feel like I've heard that chainsaw rev up sound an inordinate number of times. Oh, you gotta crank up, I know, crank up the... Some people only want to hear the chainsaw, and that's fine. That's your lifestyle choice. I don't know why I can't cut some of these trees. Really cramping my style. I do like that I can use the chainsaw while hovering in the hovercraft, or in my little hover backpack. Okay. Well, I'm annoyed by these trees, so we're just going to build the airport on top of them. That will be my solution. Let's do this. Yeah, anyway, so whatever. I feel like maybe in one good, very focused, which never happens, stream means I can't get distracted at all. We could do the... Okay, we're going to destroy all this stuff, right? Whoa, nope. We could do the dog stuff, right? I feel like that's a reasonably achievable goal. That's what yeah, the chainsaw. Just over and over again with the chainsaw. Because, yeah, if we can just use their library, there's still some things I'm not quite clear on. Like, we will have to re-architect things a bit. The good news is again, like, so much of what we do is just validating the... Oh, that's an interesting question, though. The validation step, the JSON web token, the cryptography step that is slow and annoying. I was about to say we could just do that on the master node, and then that can just get fed into the individual replicas. But we definitely don't want to do that because we don't want to do anything to slow that one thread down, right? Is it still one thread when it gets passed to the worker, or to the durable object, or once it's on the durable object, do you have a secondary, like, data processing thread? Yeah, we got to do the local thing. It's true. That is true. I saw the Zoop thing. How do you do it? How do you do the Zoop thing? Is it going to cause a disaster? Do I, like... Because when I'm on build mode default, I thought I could, like... How do I Zoop? I guess I could read the instructions, but why would I do that? So this... Ugh, yeah, these don't quite work the way I'd want them to, but... Oh, press R while there. Oh, that's build mode. Great. Zoop. Let's zoop it. Are you ready? Oh, look at that. Great. Let's use it right now. Zoop. That's great. Thanks, Ben. Definitely needed a zoop. Okay. So this is actually, that was a bad idea. That is because another thing, I do use this all the time, the like multi-select delete. We can't be a full meter down from there. I don't understand why I can't have my wall underneath this. Like my 1 meter wall, I actually want to be 1 meter down from the... I guess you can't do that on the roof. Oh. How's your playthrough going? Okay, let's just put these here. I don't really want these here, but... Oh. Zoop and vertical. Okay, so what are we going to need to do? We've got to get batteries in, and we have at least 3... If that's going to be... Okay, here's what we need to do. We need a splitter. That is going to take batteries. We need batteries to go in there, batteries to go in there, batteries to go in here. I did that wrong. Did I do all of them wrong? Yes, I did. Great. Very good. This is the main thing I do in this game, is put down mergers and splitters in the wrong direction, and then have to do them again. So we want a splitter that's coming in from this direction. That way. Right? And then this is where our batteries go? In the blender? Yeah. So then we need to get from here to there. Yeah. Okie dokie. Well, actually... Okay. Change this one more time, because we actually do want this one to come in from this side, because we'll load this drone up with batteries at the same time. So we can... Oh, wait, that wasn't necessary. Never mind. I had that wrong. It goes over here. I was thinking the battery port was right next to it. Anyway, it's fine. Yeah, I mean, this game, you gotta organize. What else are you gonna do? What else would you do in this game all day? Okay, so there's... That is our batteries. Then we need sulfur. The egress port is just here, right? So... And we kind of just want that to... I don't know. So this is the sulfur... I forgot to name that other airport. Uh-oh. Which one is this? This one must be the sulfur. Oh, can I not rename an airport that I'm not at? That I'm not at. Sulfur Delivery Airport. Guess that's redundant. Okay, so this is Sulfur Delivery. And it wants to go to... Home Airport. This is Battery Delivery. Oh, battery outgoing. And that's going to go back and forth there. This one is going to be called Sulfur Incoming. Wait, I thought they had to pair. So this port, we go from Sulfur Incoming to Drone Port 3, which we'll go rename. But that's kind of weird. I thought it had to be a one-to-one pair. Oh. Huh. I thought it was implied that if this was paired with Home Airport... Okay, I guess you do have to create a loop then. So I guess you can have a multi-stop loop, I see. I think it still has to be a loop. I don't think you can have two go to the same one. Or can you? Can you have multiple... The Hyperloop roller coasters do seem cool, the Hyperloop accelerators. So wait, can I have multiple drones go to a single airport? I thought it was a one-to-one thing. Okay, we've got batteries. Oh shoot, did I create a drone down there? I shouldn't have done that. That drone has no batteries. Why would I do such a thing? That was outrageously foolish. What a foolish mistake. Okay, you're gonna get batteries, you're gonna get batteries. This split is not gonna be good though, because it's gonna split 50%. Well, okay, half the batteries will always be loaded, and then the remaining batteries will be split again between the two drones. This is the thing actually that I really... Maybe there's a way to do it. I really wish, I wish in a game, in this game, you could limit the number of spaces. Maybe you can do that with smart, smart splitters. I don't think so. So you can set rules, but you can't set. So basically, I'm pretty sure you could do this in Factorio. Say like, I never want more than 10 batteries to go here. Like, don't put more than 10 batteries. But I don't think you can do that. Kyle, how's it going? Yeah, so today's goal, we're still working on batteries, flying sulfur around. Yeah, so in some places I've been doing the dummy thing, but I can't do that here. I can't put dummy stuff in the outgoing because it just gets taken away. So I think I want to just be able to like control click this or something and say don't take. Okay, well, I don't quite know what to do about that right now. We'll think about it in a second. What I do care about is this sulfur. This is too steep. That's not going to work. I already know. Yeah, I wonder if there's something. Well, that's so. I don't think I can do it on the. Really? I don't think I can do it on the. How do I want to do this? The kind of storage end. In other words, I don't think. I don't think there's a way I can say, at the point of storage, don't accept more, even though that's kind of intuitively what you would want. But maybe there's a way to do it in at an earlier point, like don't transport here. I don't know. This is an annoying thing that I run into frequently. Maybe it's just my own fault. Maybe I should not have made that. Okay. This is dumb. It's dumb. I just want that conveyor belt to go down. Should not be that complicated. Reconsider this just a touch. Oops. What? Now this doesn't fit here? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I run into this too much, where it's like, it's hard to get the conveyors to just do the thing I want them to do, even though I feel like I'm not asking anything crazy. Maybe I am. Maybe what I'm asking for is crazy. Does that seem crazy? This doesn't seem crazy to me. It seems like a thing that I should be able to do. But I just ask too much. Let's do this instead. Oh, it's gonna look weird. Oops. Getting too finicky. Maybe I just need one of those elevator things. Is that what I should do? Maybe that's the thing to do. Okay, is this gonna work? Probably not, right? Of course not. Why would that work? Okay, we're just gonna do an elevator thing. I'm trying to think of this. This is dumb. This is dumb that it's this annoying. Should have just done an elevator thing to start with. What a disaster. Make some walls. Make a floor. Oh, that's a silly place for a floor, but maybe it'll let me snap the thing to it. Well, this isn't gonna work well. Unless these can turn, right? I think they can turn. Oops. Let's do it here. Whoa. How did I get so hung up in just trying to make one conveyor belt? Nobody knows. But it's going to be a great conveyor belt, so it's going to be worth it. For sure. It's not worth it. Okay, are we happy? Except this isn't actually hooked up, is it? It's a trick. No, we're not happy because it's facing that way. I am falling apart here. I don't know why I cannot. This is such a simple thing. This should be a simple operation. Okay, now it's gonna be great, right? It'll be great. But that's not actually hooked up. That was one too low. Whatever. What a triumph. I can not believe it took me this long to make a conveyor belt, but here we are. Okay, you go away. Okay, so that is where the sulfur will come into here, but we're actually kind of sunk at the moment because I should have brought sulfur with me. And I can't make batteries, so I've actually, like, truly screwed up. Because the thing to do would have been to bring some sulfur in my pockets so that we could actually launch these. But I neglected to do that because I was thinking about dogs. Not the good dogs. The other kind of dogs. So, I guess let's go get some... We got a pocket full of sulfur? I'll take this shortcut. That's fine anyway, because we have that extra drone down there that was not correct. So then we will have a drone system that's only purpose is to continue the existence of the drone system. It's just going to be this closed loop of wasted resources that will ferry sulfur back and forth to the battery factory, and then ferry batteries down to the main little airport, which hopefully will become useful. I like this vantage point though. The main thing I see when I look from this vantage point is that there's this whole desert back here we're not even using. What's this desert? I've got some kind of path that goes back here. I think that's just the hyperloop to get back off. There's some oil fields way over here. But you could build something big in that desert. I assume that anywhere that there's these crazy spiry spikes, we'll find that other element, but I haven't seen any recipes for that element yet, so. Okay. We fill our pockets with sulfur. Destroy this drone. And call it a day. I mean, not call it a day, but we'll call it Step complete. We don't need any copper. We don't need any... Wait, I had some sulfur in my pockets. Oh no! I did have some sulfur. Oh, well, we still had to get the drone. Ditch this wood. We don't need all that. I just want to be sure to have enough copper before I go out there. Okay. We got the stupid drone. Let's rename this airport to Sulfur Outgoing. We got a lot of sulfur on here. That seems like not as much as there should be, though. 3.97 stacks per minute. So we really want this to be 6 per trip. 6 batteries per in a round trip. Okay. Like, this is not... It's not terrible. I mean, in 1 minute we'll get 300 sulfur. But we should see if we can expedite our egress here. I must have a slow segment. Oh, my conveyor belt's slow. That's the problem. Okay. And we're only outputting... This is a Mark II miner, so we are getting 120 sulfur per minute out here. So we can't keep up, because that's going to do 3 stacks a minute, so that's going to want 300 anyway. So I guess we could try to overdrive this, but we're just not going to get that much sulfur out. But that could still be okay. Oh, wait. I think I just had the idea. Okay, we gotta look something up. Can you have more than one? I think I had one idea. Because I thought you had to have, like, paired A-B airports. Each drone can only be assigned to one home drone port, and that home can only be linked to one other drone port. That drone port, in turn, doesn't necessarily need to be linked back to this drone port. That's a little confusing. But I see. So you can make a round trip of multiple places. So I actually don't need 2 drones. Okay, so what we can do, this is good news. We can have the drone that ferries batteries just stop here on the way back. So that's... Look at that bug. Just waiting for me to snatch it up. Why is it there, just all unguarded? Looking so tempting. I'm gonna get you, bug. There's beasts surrounding you. Should eat some snacks. Just give me the bug. I don't want to fight. Just want the bug. I'm going to run up to this, and I'm going to get knocked off this cliff by a creature. Okay, I didn't get knocked off the cliff. Felt like a thing that was going to happen. Okay, it's coming. Okay, can I do... This is a good way to get hurt, probably. That's fine. Okay, so we can... You can create loops of airports. That is the thing I was confused about. So the summary there is that we don't need 2 airports up at the battery factory. We only need 1. And we can just have it just stop on the way back to refill with sulfur. So that's very efficient, and that's great. So we basically only need 1 drone to be do our battery loop instead of wasting 2. So that feels better. it means a fair amount of the extra work I just did up here to build the 2 airports was unnecessary, but we just won't talk about that. So I still am a little worried we're going to have... Actually, I guess it'll be fine. If we only have the one... If we had the 2 battery ports, I would be worried about splitting the batteries in a undesirable way. Oh, there's more Casa lights on sale. I already have enough. My current strategy in life is, you know, we've talked about before that all I really want is a shop, and I just kind of have to have a house just to have a place to put my shop. And as a, you know, thinking of buying a house next year, all that stuff. But the my current plan, instead of feeling like I have to wait to get the shop, is to just buy like one tool at a time and slowly build the shop without having the shop. And so like it'll be kind of I'll just slowly buy tools, and over time those tools will add up to shopness. Did I not plug this one in? Is that why I just crashed? I guess. So yeah, kind of all I want to do is just shop for tools, buy cool tools, especially measuring implements. A big fan there. Okay, we'll just... This other stuff is not necessary, but it's also not hurting anything, so let's just do this for now. Okay, so to be clear here, we do actually need a splitter, because we're going to start sending batteries. So now is this other thing going to be in the way? That thing that we just spent so long positioning? I think it's okay. Okay. So let's dump some sulfur in here. I really should have built a buffer for that sulfur. So that's fine. Let's just build a sulfur buffer down here. We don't want to be constrained by what the factory can hold, which is only 50. We want to dump as much as we can. My Unity stock. Well, when it hit like 210, I was like, this is too high. I should definitely sell some, and I didn't. And now it's down like $30. Probably more than that. It's down like $40 from there, which is a real bummer. But it was my plan to hold it... My on-paper plan, which I should have changed, I should have sold some when it was that high. I should have sold my initial stake, is what I should have done, but hey, hindsight. But it's fine. My plan was always to hold it until for 1 year, just so I would be taxed for long-term instead of short-term, which is not a difference that is significant enough to warrant me holding it, considering how much it has dropped in the last few weeks. But I don't know. The market's not been very happy in the last few weeks for a lot of reasons, so I'm not... My confidence in Unity remains pretty unwavering. Options. Are you asking if I'm trading Unity options? Should I have hedged my... I used to trade options a long time ago. Okay, so I didn't hook this up. That's bad. Is this already full? Why does it say there's no batteries? Okay, so this is where we got to really figure this out. This is the battery depot. The battery depot needs to go to the home airport. The home airport needs to go to the Sulfur Depot, and the Sulfur Depot needs to go here. Yeah, I feel pretty confident that it's gonna be fine. But yeah, I did consider that. I don't know. I don't know. I when I was especially in my early 20s, I was pretty into ambitious trading plans, and then kind of really got away with that from that, and didn't. I was to the point that for the last 10 years, I don't think I've owned a individual stock. Like everything I have is in Wealthfront or Betterment, like invested through robots. Um, Unity was almost the. There might be an exception to that. I had some ETFs and some other funds, but as far as individual stocks, like, yeah, Unity was the first one for a long time. Um, why? Why is this battery port not working? There's something wrong here? You're not actually going in? You're doing the thing where you're pretending to go in? Oh, is it wait. Why is none of this stuff showing up? Why is none of this stuff showing up here? Oh, did I not? Is it because I didn't hook up power? Yes, that's why. It's true. I mean, the thing that whatever, I was talking about it at the time, and I knew in my heart to that 210 was it was too much too quickly, like, or whatever it got to, and so the like not risky, totally reasonable, sane thing that I should have done probably at that time is just pulled out my, even not all my initial stake, just my first purchase, which was the worst. Um, it's the one upon which I had the least capital gain because I bought Unity on the way down. So my first purchase was like one at 140 or something, and then it went way down. So it would have been very good to just sell that stake. One, because it was like raising my price average a bunch. Two, because it's the chunk of the investment that I had the least gain on. So even if I had to pay, you know, transactions are always first in, first out. You can't like pick and choose when it comes to paying your capital gains tax. So that first chunk is the money that I would have made the least money on. So when I came time to pay my short-term capital gains tax, which of course is higher than a long-term capital gains tax, it would have not been that painful because it was like my least valuable Unity stock, you might say, which normally in an investment is not true. Like very frequently in an investment, you're like starting low and riding the way up. It just happened the way that Unity crashed. I bought it comparatively high and then bought it all the way down. So for most people in like a standard kind of like thing goes up over time kind of framework, your oldest investment is your most valuable investment. And because it's your oldest, maybe you've held it for long term, so you own less stock or less tax on it anyway. But in this case, it's a weird thing where my first buy into Unity was actually my least valuable. Wait, is that? Oh, that's right. As long as you're consistent, right? You can choose either way as long as you always do it that way. Is that the rule? I've always thought of it as um, FIFO, right? First in, first out. I don't know that I realized that you could do it either way. FIFO is what I've always heard. You can choose to do it. Did that change at some point? I mean, I will like I don't know. I was fairly serious about investing about 20 years ago, mainly because my job was building this very custom, bespoke stock management system um, for someone with a whole lot of money. I want to ride this drone. And as it went, I was using that system to manage my investments too, and had a little bit of money involved, which was, I did okay early in my 20s, enough to not work for a few years. Did I do this correctly? Am I going to take off? Am I going to fall off this and die? Yeah, by the index is definitely, that is what I shifted to. Well, or one step removed from by the index, which was awesome. The drone clipped through the ground and killed me. Wonder when my last autosave was. That sucked. I definitely should have. Yeah, I mean, that's really where I landed. Was at a certain point. I think even later in my 20s, I was like, I'm just gonna buy like. I got really boring for a while and was like, I'm just gonna buy these like some Vanguard funds. One of which was that Vanguard retirement fund, and then mutual funds became less popular. Oh, did I just crash? Oh no. Uh-oh. Did something very bad just happen? Uh-oh. Hope my last autosave is okay. Um, yeah, so at some point, I feel like ETFs became more fun and easy and interesting than mutual funds because mutual funds had all kinds of annoying rules around them. And then so for a while, I just had ETFs, and then like 5 years ago, and then I had no money for a long time because I was paying for 2 degrees and just had zero money. Um, why do I only have one save game listed here? That's scary. Where's all my other save games? Oh, okay. That's okay. Okay, that is the category of save. That really scared me for a second. Yeah. So then I had zero money because of paying for undergrad and grad school, and just it wasn't a concern because I didn't need to invest because I had no money. And then when I finally paid off my loans, kind of, or in the process, when I was in the process of paying my loans, I switched to Wealthfront and Betterment. I have a Roth at Betterment and an SCP at Wealthfront, and they have done insanely well, like laughably well. Like could not have, not like miracle, moonshot kind of stuff, but as far as just put money in a place and have good things happen, um, I almost could not be more pleased with those. So then I opened another Wealthfront account just for like non-retirement investment. That's basically my house down payment, and I was pretty content with that. Though then Unity started to tank, and I was like, I have to get into it. And actually, now I'm thinking, I don't know. I've gotten the bug slightly a bit, but probably only for ETFs. Um, yeah, man, Wealthfront has done like it's like kind of unreal. Let's see. And I'm not even at the highest risk level. I'm like 7 out of 10 or something. So let's see, my Wealthfront account. So it is a little weird, the metrics that they give you to. So my money weighted return. So they have the metrics that they give you for how to gauge the performance are a little confusing. But my time weighted return, which is basically about I forget which is which. One is about just when I happen to put in money, and one of them is about the actual performance of their investment. So like, if I put in $1 5 years ago and $1 million in yesterday, and then the stock market went down today, that doesn't reflect badly on them. It's like the timing. But anyway, my time rated return for the last about 5 years is 90%, and my money weighted return is 105%. So it's like I basically doubled the money that I've been putting in over the last 5 years, which is pretty good. You know, that ends up being like 100% a year ish. Yeah, so I contribute like once a year. Um, Yeah, right. It's not that they're exceptional. It's right. I don't want to make it sound like Wealthfront is magical. It's just that as an alternative to me trying to be clever and make money, like yes, in general, I think it follows the market. It's got a little more padding in there, you know, because there's bonds and such to like I don't know what my split is, just to buffer things a little. But even with safe-ish investments, it's done super well. Biweekly. So the the Roth and the my regular investment account I do monthly. The SCP I kind of have to do yearly because it's that how much I can contribute is a function of how much I make in a year. Um, so what is there anything we can do? How are we doing here? What are we doing with all that silica? We're just sticking it in this thing right now. Okay. Hmm. Did that not bring sulfur back? Did that not go where it was supposed to? We want to go from here to the home airport. We want to go to the home airport to the sulfur. So there's a status that's bad here. I wonder why. Oh, I probably forgot to power that one. Shoot. Yeah, anyway, I don't know. It's not. I guess the general point is I've been quite pleased with the robots, and for the most of the last 5 years haven't really felt it necessary to get back to individual securities, with Unity being an exception. But now, really thinking a lot about. Well, I mean, there's all the. I'm sure there's going to be a million funds associated with the metaverse. I'm sure there will be all kinds of metaverse funds. I've been considering some like broader video game funds that have a stake in Unity, but just so like to spread the risk a little bit once I get um, once Unity gets to a place where I feel like it's leveled out a little. Um, but the main thing I'm thinking about is there's all this psychedelic research, therapeutic psychedelic research. Specifically, there's a psilocybin fund that has all of these psychedelic research companies that I was thinking of getting. I feel like that's like a, pick a thing. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Uh, Pick a thing to gamble on for the next 10 years. I think the psychedelic research. And that's going to like, it's just has to. That just has to end up pairing with the metaverse. It's my future prediction. You have an optimization problem where you're just moving money in a circle. IRS is going to get suspicious. So yeah, I was looking. I think there's a couple of psilocybin researchy kinds of. What is that factory? Hmm. Um, ETFs. No, I did power this. So why is this showing up as an unhappy place? This place is powered. It looks like it has a bunch of. This is annoying. Oh, does this just mean waiting or something? I thought it meant that there was a problem. So we have a bunch. No drone. Great. Where's the drone? Oh, sorry, Ben. We're gonna have to wait a little time. The thing that, I just feel like the future that's gonna, this like beautiful dystopia is gonna be the the overlap of metaverse and psychedelic research. Like that's gonna be, it's already happening a little bit, like, or just the beginnings of it. David, my business partner, was just in Miami like 2 weeks ago at some weird like psychedelic tech conference. Like this stuff is definitely brewing in some way, for better or worse. I think the therapeutic parts are going to be great, but there's going to be lots of uh, awful nightmare parts as well. Okay, where's the drone? Is the drone actually moving? So those are the airports. So the drone is just at... I'm confused. That's the battery depot. Why am I seeing battery depot when I look in this direction? Did I name... Oh, that's the battery depot drone. I see. Is at the home airport. So it's supposed to come here after that and load up with sulfur. But it seemed like it did not do that. I know. Back in my day, banks gave you money for the privilege of holding your money. I really think when I opened my Bank of America account in 2001, this can't be right. I must be misremembering. I should go back and look. But I believe when I opened my Bank of America account in 2001 and got a money market savings account that had some limit, I can't remember exactly the circumstances, but I want to say the interest rate was like 6%. It was something crazy. That sounds absurd to even say out loud now, but I think a money market, it was whole numbers of percents. And now my Bank of America account is like 0.02% interest. Yeah, like I feel like when we were kids, you could get it was possible for a bank to pay you a reasonable amount of interest. Like I feel like that's a thing that happened. And I realize it's not entirely up to the banks, but what have you sent? Life is yours. Is this an Arduino toothbrush? What is going on here? Oh, it's a kitty scritcher. That's nice. Yeah, okay. I'll take that. I'll invest in that. Where... Wait. Why did the drone didn't stop here? Okay, something wrong with my drone routing? This is all outgoing. This port... This is the sulfur depot. What is my problem? We want to go from the sulfur depot, should go to the battery depot. The battery depot should go to the home, and home should go to the sulfur depot. Does that not seem correct? Yeah, so I want to say, I might be wrong, but that my 2001 Bank of America account was like 6.25% interest, which sounds just unheard of now. Um, okay, so is this wrong? Drones can be used for long-range, low-throughput transportation. Okay, drones can only transport between two drone ports, the home port and any other port. At least one of the drones requires a steady supply of batteries to power the drones. Unlike trains, drones can't block the input of items during the cart. Okay. So can I not do a triple? But didn't it just say that drone in turn doesn't necessarily need to be linked back to this drone port? Drones will try to fly from drone points to other drone points as straight as possible. Drones only have one home port, which is the port the drone is built on. No more additional drones can be built onto a drone port, but multiple drones can serve it as their destination port. If multiple drones are waiting to be unloaded at the same time, they will fly around the port. Okay. So I can't do this, right? I can't do the thing I thought I could just do. But I think I'm close. So what do I actually need to do here? Okay, so what I actually need to do here is just say we have to have 2 drones, I think. I think a single drone can't hit all 3, but that's fine. So this... Oh boy, it's kind of confusing. Sulfur Depot is going to go to Battery Depot. And back. And that's fine. Right? That one's just going to go back and forth between Battery Depot. Home doesn't even exist. It doesn't have a drone. So you're not actually... Okay, I understand now. You're not saying what the airport is linked to. You're just saying what the drone's behavior is, basically. So there's a drone at the Battery Depot, and it's just going to round trip to the home airport. And then we're going to have a drone at the Sulfur Depot. So we can... I almost had it right. Maybe that was obvious to everyone but me. Suddenly, I need a miner. I don't really understand why I need a miner, because it's probably in this box. No. Didn't I destroy a drone down here? I can do without 1 piece of sulfur. Okay. I feel like I made that way more complicated than it should have been. Okay, this stupid drone's gonna go do stupid drone stuff. We'll figure out the throughput after the fact. So the net result here should be that we end up with a bunch of batteries at the home airport, right? Like that is the thing we're hoping to happen. The good news, the thing I actually like about this, is we can have all of these satellite drone airports that just need to visit the home airport, and they can all go to that airport and drop stuff off. So the trick will be, though, is that all of our batteries... Think about this for a second. So we're going to need like a smart logistics container, I guess. If we're going to try to have everything load into one centralized airport, which maybe that's a bad idea, but I kind of like the idea of it. Maybe it's a terrible idea, but we're going to do it. Then we need a way... Uh-oh. Okay. My hovercraft kicked on right before I was going to die. Yeah, so let's go to our... wherever it is. There's some sort of floating tool in my hand. Okay, so we built this airport over here, and that's great. I built this train station over there that does nothing, because I thought maybe I liked trains for a minute, but now I don't like trains. So we should be full of batteries here, right? Okay, so we want all batteries just to loop back through. So I think we're going to try to... That was bad. We're going to try to make our first smart sorter. I really should build this. I'm going to regret not building this on a foundation. Okay. So, from drones, I'm definitely going to regret not building this. Okay, so we can configure this smart splitter. And we want to say... Which way counts as left? Left from... That's a really poor way to describe that. Like from this direction? So is that actually the right? So any batteries that come out, we just want to go straight back in here so that this thing is always full of batteries. So I don't know. Maybe they've done a... Is this a terrible idea? I think it seems okay. So the issue here, which is a little weird, they would just have no home drone. But I think that's okay. Okay. I wish this little status indicator was more indicative of what's going on. Oh, those beautiful batteries. Beautiful bean footage. In fact, let's just get this stuff off of here so fast. Okay. We have accomplished our goal of droning. We're not actually doing anything useful with drones yet, but they exist. I think they will be useful as we work towards some of the insane objectives that you see up in the corner, to fly around some really specialized, expensive parts. In the meantime, I think the thing I would like to do is... Well, okay. One thing I will say is our aluminum production is a joke. An absolute joke. So we could... Yeah, this is where it's a bummer. So what I was about to say is, oh, that drone that's coming down with the batteries could also bring us aluminum. The thing I don't know how to regulate is how can we make sure that we're only getting... that we're getting both? You know, how do we make sure that we're not just accidentally filling up the... plane with only aluminum or only batteries? The only thing I know that we have is this smart splitter, but that's not good enough. We need... unless the rule is always that mergers interleave. If the rule is that mergers always interleave, then maybe we could be okay. Well, you can try. It is you can. That is true. So as far as managing production rates, you actually can like go in and very carefully try to fine tune them. But I prefer to not throttle production. I would prefer to keep production maximized, and yeah, I think I would prefer to keep production maximized and just buffer any overflow, because that is the thing that has bit me kind of a lot, and I still do all the time, is have like good throughput, and then it gets, you know, locked up by something down the chain getting maxed out, but then I'm not buffering the intermediate stuff so that when I do actually need, you know, whatever, like this factory, this little mini factory, for example, all buffers here, which is good. Right now this buffer is going to be empty, but if this item got backed up so far that none of these were actually being used in production, I would still be buffering them up. So when that came online, there would be a surplus, which is always good because I'm usually adding new things that are going to bite off. Like a good example of a buffer is these buffers over here work well. Like this one should be totally full. If there's a surge in demand for quick wire, I can meet that. I can meet that need. Same for steel. Whereas if I didn't have these and I was backed up, but then they came back online, then I'd be in trouble. So anyway, the point is I kind of don't want to throttle production if I can avoid it. But let's just knock this stuff out. I got to think about that for a second. So, but the yeah, just in time versus lean. Yes, I want if mergers always interleave, no matter what, which they might, then it's fine. Then I can just have two conveyor belts coming in with the two items that they want, and if it always just A B A B A B, then that's probably good enough for what I want to do. Okay, we can max out this. We can max out this. This is going to be a little more annoying. I only need 34 more, so I might have enough aluminum to just make it. I don't bring any ingots with me? Wow. What a massive oversight. So yeah, I would actually like to, in addition to bringing batteries, I would also like to bring ingots and aluminium. I think I want to do that. Okay, let's quickly do the steel reinforced beams because I'm pretty sure I have a buffer for those. So this is another reason I like the buffers, is because all the time I just need random things. And if I buffer them properly, there should just be a giant warehouse of beams under here. Yeah. So the aluminium is the slight bummer. I'm not even making any plate at the moment, I think. Doesn't it require something annoying? Yeah, it requires copper. That was my issue. Right. So I had started... Let's just go finish that. I'd started something ridiculous, but as long as we're being ridiculous, let's go all out. Let's be ridiculous. So let's make sure we can make enough Mark III conveyor belt. Should go stock up just to be sure. And I'm going to make a conveyor belt that goes down the mountain to the copper mines. That is all raw aluminum. So we can make all of our aluminum stuff in the same valley where I'm making currently a ton of copper stuff. Like the drone, we could set up the drone, but the reason I'm not is just I think the throughput is not going to do it for us. I think we're going to get to the point where we need like truly insane amounts of aluminum, and a couple of stacks from a drone is not going to be enough. And it just happens that for whatever reason, I don't even, it was like aluminum copper actually a alloy that exists in the world? I don't know. For whatever reason, that doesn't sound like a convincing real-world alloy. Probably is. For some reason. Yeah, so I had started this. My ambition was to build conveyors. Maybe this is a terrible idea, but let's try it. Like, try to build conveyors up. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, I think I need to, like, actually be walking on this. Come on. Oh, come on, it's so close. I just want to get me... Okay, I should just go to the top and build it on the way down. It would be way easier. I feel like I did the thing where I started to say half of a thought and then distracted myself and didn't even finish the sentence. So, sorry everybody. So disappointed that that Kindle Fire right there was not magically the best device of all time for only $75. What a shock. Who could have anticipated such a thing? Okay, here's our plan. We're gonna just build an insane... conveyor belt all the way down. There's too long. What are you talking about? It's just right there. Okay, we may have some issues with steepness for some of these. Ooh, not looking good. Okay, some of these we're probably going to have to use those lifts that I feel like never work the way I want them to. So the thing about the lifts, and maybe there's a... Okay, let's just try. We'll push more buttons and maybe we can make it. Sometimes I want the lift... I want to install the lift from the top. Right? That seems like shouldn't be a... reversed. So its only build modes are this. This switches the kind it is. But yeah, it seems that you can't snap to the top, unfortunately. Like you can only snap to the bottom. Which is just exactly what I don't want to do. And this is just too long, so we do have to have one. So let's just make a not very good one, I guess. If it's gonna suck, let's just let it suck. Okay. Interesting. Let's just try to stick it maybe here. Make it as tall as we possibly can. What? Too steep. Okay. Guess we have to stick it here-ish. I don't know why that decided to go. That seems entirely wrong. It just seems wrong in every way. Great. Okay, let's try again. I want it to face that way. So the bottom is facing away. This may just not work. Maybe we do want it kind of sideways. Is this going to be too steep? It's too steep. New plan. How about that? Make sure we're using the Mark III. That's a Mark III. We're all Mark III. We all happy? No, we're not all Mark III. Mark III. Shoot. We're not Mark III all the way? Double back. Create a little loop. A little loop-de-loop. I probably could have, like, face it the other way, but I think this is okay. We'll just build some dumb platforms. I don't think other legs are... Legs? Legs? Legs are as steep. Well, I said that, and now suddenly they are. Too steep, huh? But maybe we don't need another lift. We just need some more tall foundations. That's probably not really far enough, but let's see. Oh, come on. Look, it's just... Oh, it's just right there. It's just right there. That was my fault. Weird. What are you complaining about? The floor is too steep. Come on. Okay. That's weird. Wait, can I build this on the top of the... Can I build this on top of the hypertube? That seems like a thing I'm probably not supposed to do. But does it work? Should I just do that? Oh, that looks beautiful clipping. Okay, I don't know if I can live with myself if I do that. Weird. What if we just do this? I mean... I'm just gonna do it. I don't like it. But I'm gonna do it. I saw blue for a second. Yeah, well, I kind of don't understand why it let me do that, but hey. Really... The thing is, that's dumb. A lot of things are dumb. But a thing that's particularly dumb about this is that some of the places where it complains that it's too steep, if it would let me place it and let me elevate, then let me bump the... Because you can elevate after you place. If it would let me place, then elevate, it wouldn't be too steep. It's only because it's not letting me do the second step, basically, that it is having steepness issues, but oh well. Let's try to elevate less there. What a mess. What a mess. This doesn't feel good. I don't feel good about it. We might need another stupid elevator here, because this is a pretty substantial drop. And man, if we could build from the top, it would be so easy, but we can't. We can't do it. I'm getting lots of emails that are making me nervous. What is it? Okay, nothing important. So, yeah, this is not going to happen. And we cannot build on this, although I believe that if it would let me do it... So actually, let's try that. So I could do this. Cheat. I don't know. This is definitely a thing in the game. Oh, funny. So I can't place the poles. Okay, so we just have to do a stupid live thing. I don't think there's really a way around it. And I think it's going to be a challenge here. But we'll try. We want to be far enough away that it's not going to be too steep, but we can't be so far that it can't reach it. Like that, maybe kind of out of range. Beautiful. Wait, where's the stuff? Here it comes, okay. We're so close. We're so close. Oh, come on. You're so close. Just do it. I know you want to. Come on. Like, this really feels like one that if we could just elevate it. So let's try. Maybe this was just at its full height. Maybe that's wishful thinking. Still too steep. Well, you know what we say to that. Come on, come on. Really? That doesn't look too steep to me, personally. Problem is, if I make this too tall, then we're going to have steepness problems, obviously, on the other side, but I guess we'll just deal with that when we get to it, which is now. Well, this seems like an easy enough place to use this stupid thing, right? You kidding me? Okay, what a fiasco. What a battle. A battle of wills. My will to not play this game properly. Well, that didn't turn out very well. How'd I do that? Here? What a triumph. Except I did that backwards. Good grief. I don't know how I managed that. I thought I had aligned it reasonably well. Okay, we're just going with this. Whatever happens here, we're just going to work with it. Okay. We have our copper coming all the way down the mountain. Doesn't look too terrible. I'm sorry, our aluminium. And then we have some copper here. So all I wanted to do was build a couple constructors. So the issue is I feel like we're just hurtling towards a situation where we need really fill those up all the way. Okay, that's fine. We're going to need just massive amounts of aluminum. So I think it will behoove us to like really have this thought out reasonably well. Like a reasonable, expandable aluminum factory. And we'll just make it float above these weird things. And this first factory is going to be the aluminum plate factory, I think. We really only need one to start with, that's fine. But oh gosh, and we got to get it from here. Oh boy. Okay, I'm not going to think about that. We still have the problem of getting it from here to somewhere meaningful. I did start building the train, so maybe that will be what we use the train for, but at least let's get it going. I guess it's going to be a foundry? Or maybe it's an assembler. Maybe is all clad? Does that mean aluminum and copper? Okay, that's in an assembler. Does that mean all clad cookware is aluminum and copper? And everybody knows about it but me? Okay, we need room for all our splitters and stuff, so let's just go ahead and add another. And I'm only gonna build one for now. I'll build two for now, why not? Just to get the, like, general logistics of the splitters and such that we're gonna need. So, copper comes in there. Copper comes in there. Aluminum comes in on top. Aluminum comes in on top. What did I just say? Copper on the bottom. And, I mean, we can certainly clean up these tracks. I'm not too worried about those. Might be smart to have a buffer down here, but we do have a buffer right at the top, so it doesn't really gain us anything. So for now, I'm just going to plug this right in. This mine is not mining? It's on standby. Okay. That mine is mining. This is going to create those all-clad sheets. Let's build another power. Okay, that's copper coming. Wait, that's wrong. Shoot. We need copper ingots. Oh no. Okay, well, we have 1 million copper ingots being made over here. How many? What do we actually need? We only need 10 copper ingots per minute. So for now, let's just put a smelter right down here. This is not a good long-term goal. This is a Mark II also, so it's a real waste, but... this will be fine for now. Not pretty, but... oops. Did I just do this backwards? Sure did. Let's just do this. This? It's gonna look silly. Is this gonna be too steep and make me cry? No, it's okay. Okie dokie, and then you will go wherever to here. You're all good. You are ingots. Good, good, good. Now we just need to not do that, because that's wrong. And we need some mergers and acquisitions over here. So, where do we want to send this stuff? I'm going to say just this way for now is okay. And then, for the moment, we will just build a very large buffer. And build it under here. Oh, it's going to be annoying to connect to. Let's just build it here for now. Oops. You serious? Fine, I'll leave you in the broken looking way since you don't want to look good. You can look bad. Your choice. Okay. Now we're creating this stupid stuff. And let's crank the speed a little. These don't make very... so it's 3... it's just going to be 30 per minute. So let's get 60 per minute. Whatever. That's a okay start. And then maybe back over here we can create the aluminum bucket factory, whatever that was. So that's all we need for now. Okay, let's go unlock this thing. I don't even remember what we're unlocking. Oh, okay, we're unlocking the new logistics, which will let us move an insane amount of product up and down the hill. So that's good. I don't remember why we had to do that. There's some... I think usually with those tiers, there's like one tier that you'll have to unlock the subsequent tiers, which kind of doesn't make sense. Because you'd sort of expect it... you kind of expect it if tier 8 required something, you would sort of expect it to be addressed in tier 7, for example, but that's not how it works. I mean, it does work to some extent, but there's overlap in a way that doesn't feel fully organized to me. My hypertube is too slow. It's so slow. If only I had a train. Okay. So dark. So I think we can unlock a couple things today, probably. And then, I don't know, maybe we'll just start entertaining the idea of possibly considering what it's going to take to build factories for these things up here, but I'm very daunted. It's very daunting. Okay.
Milestone reached. Improved conveyor belts and lifts.
So the hazmat suit, we need to make gas mask, which is a little annoying, but I got mushrooms just for the occasion. I think we need to make fabric. But to make fabric, I think we need biomass. So I have the mushrooms. Need a bunch of biomass because we need the fabric to create the gas, the Oh yeah, okay. We have to make a bunch of gas filters, 50 gas filters basically. And 50 gas filters is going to be quite a lot of fabric, some coal, which I somehow have no coal. That's bad. I have coal stashed away somewhere. Don't. I'm sure I had coal at some point that I just threw in my pocket or threw on the ground thinking, I don't need this coal. Who could possibly need this coal? So bummer. Well, okay. We need a bunch of fabric. We have plenty of rubber. We can go get some coal. And how much fabric do we need? Okay. So we need 50 gas filters. 50 gas filters is going to require 100 fabric. 100 fabric is going to require 100 mushrooms. We only have 50. And 500 biomass? I feel like I did not calculate it properly, but let's just start making them and we'll figure it out. Maybe I did it wrong. Okay. Momentarily. Like, this is a thing that I would like to be able to configure. For example, I would like this buffer to always have some biomass in it and not have it always output to the next phase. Which I guess I could have a splitter here, and then the splitter could like 50-50 it or something. Maybe that's actually the right thing to do. Because I have a joiner, and then there could be a splitter. Yeah, I guess that's the way you're supposed to do it. Let's just try that. Stick a splitter there, and then don't hook this here, and instead hook it to the splitter. What? Wait, why is that a down? That's not right. That should be an input. Why did that decide? What's wrong with this? Oh, I must not have done. I guess I just didn't place this right. Weird. Normally it just snaps to those and just works. Okay. And now we go back to this phase. So this is maybe the more appropriate way to do this. So sadly it's going to take a long time to make biomass. I wish I had some... Should have killed some monsters. Yeah, this is not going to work well. Okay, well, meanwhile, let's go to the coal store. Meanwhile, at the coal depot... Maybe I should buy more to Unity. Okay. Just some extra coal just for kicks. And interesting. I thought this was fully optimized. So there is a thing about this game that I don't quite understand, where you can see the throughput of everything, you can see how quick things are to be built, and I try to optimize those things to the exact number, where it's like, okay, this thing puts out exactly this much and it uses exactly this much, and it still doesn't work. And but it like seems to err on the side of surplus, and I don't understand why. I don't understand if it's like a my belts are too slow kind of thing. But you can see that these factories are jamming up. And so I have a total of yeah, I really thought I had this perfectly calculated. Like this. I mean, I guess that's good because it means I have room to expand, but I'm confused because I really tried to make the math work perfectly where it would be outputting the kind of exact maximum that it could. And it's not happening. I have adequate buffers. I don't quite understand it. There's no idling because these are totally full. So I don't know. Maybe my math is wrong, but I feel like it's happened enough times where I don't think it's me. And I don't think that I got my math wrong. I do think it is possible that there's just some aspect of the mechanic I don't understand that is means my expectations are not being met. So I think I did my math correctly, but there's some other system at play that is making me not... This is really bad. So what alien parts... Like, this sucks, because it takes a not insubstantial amount of biomass to make these gas masks. So let's throw this in the trash for now. Let's grab this and maybe just get a start on it just to see how bad it's going to be. So that'll be easy. Do I really not have any quick wire in my pocket? Wait, I do. I have a lot of quick wire. Never mind. And I do have some gas masks, but I really should keep some. Okay. So we need to make a bunch of fabric, which we cannot make very much at all. Only make... Oof. Not good. And then with that fabric, I can only make 4 gas filters. Yeesh. Yeah, so it's, I mean, really the biomass is, we're gonna run out of mushrooms, of course, but the biomass is the real killer. So killing hard enemies is a good way to get, or difficult enemies. One thing that is sad is there's like these big gentle land whale. Draklin! How are you? I was just about to complain that there's these giant gentle land whales and I never wanted to hurt them or kill them. But I really needed some more alien organs because it's alien parts are a really fast way to get biomass. Maybe there's a faster way that I just don't know about. And so I murdered this giant, gentle, precious beast and got like almost nothing from it. It was definitely not worth killing this majestic creature. So to make biomass, yeah, so good. Okay, let's look this up. So wood does 300 per minute, so it's not terrible. But I just threw away all that wood. Nuke the whales? I did, but the whales gave me almost nothing. It was not worth nuking the whales, I feel like. Draklin, how are you? The mushrooms are not great either, so wood is actually not bad. But the alien parts, you get crazy amounts. So I guess wood, we just need to go deforest. I'm pretty sure I just threw away a whole bunch of wood, which was a poor choice, but let's get the old chainsaw out. I'm not picking up anything because my inventory's full. Cool. That was a waste of time, killing those 2 trees. So I have too much in my inventory to get all of the stuff the trees would normally drop. So what can we reasonably do with that? There we go. Okay, I got a little bit of wood. Got some flower petals. There's a big tree over there. Kill it. Draclin, did you get exciting things for Black Friday? Did you buy any exciting treasures or gifts or toys or tools? Why did that giant tree only give me 15 wood? I guess it's better than that 6 wood. It's probably for the best. What about Cyber Monday? Is that today? Today's Cyber Monday. You could still buy something. Okay, we got some wood. We'll turn one of these into wood biomass. Whoa, you got a TV. What do you do with your TV? Do you play fun games on it? This is annoying. I wish you could just dump in whatever you wanted. I don't like that you have to, like, pick and choose. It just makes it more finicky than it should be, in my opinion. That's you. That's you. Can you even use flowers for biomass? I don't know. Use mushrooms. We need the mushrooms. No, no flowers. Oh, you were gathered around your iPad like poor folk in a Dickens novel, but now you have a beautiful television. Okay, let's get some mushrooms too, because we're gonna need those. I don't know if these give you any other materials. Just mushroom. So wait, Jacqueline, you live in California now? California, USA? In the OC? Can you mount the TV on the wall? I have a kind of like sort of industrial TV cart that works reasonably well. Maybe you could just put it on an industrial TV cart. I mean, I don't know what look you like. The nice thing about it is you can just roll it away because I never used my television, but it's like it's not the most attractive thing. But I have one with a. It's almost like this, but it's on wheels. It's like kind of in this realm. And then you could put it behind things or roll it out of the way. Like, you could roll it in the corner when you weren't using it, and then when you did want to watch something, you can really easily roll it. Like, that's a suggestion that I have for you. They're not very expensive. This is a very heavy-duty one. Mine is not this heavy-duty. Mine is more like... I don't know. It has 2 shelves, so you can put a game console or whatever. It's okay. It was a not unreasonable purchase, and it was like $70, $75, something like that. I have no idea what the model was, but it was, you know, it was one of those things where I just picked the Amazon category and then picked the, it's Vivo, that's the brand. It's all coming back to me now, but mine has 2 shelves, so it's kind of like that. Okay, we have some mushers, and I'm actually sort of surprised that there's no facility in this game, at least none that I know of, to like automate. Actually, so it really is annoying that some of the stuff you don't ever automate, like the gathering of natural resources, like these, like mushrooms and trees and plants and things. I don't think you ever automate that stuff. And I still, even at this late-ish point in the game, am somewhat reliant on biofuel, which means like you gather resources and you put them in individually sorted hoppers. Not crazy about that. Don't throw that away. Throw that away. Okay, we got plenty of mushrooms. That's good. Is my strategy working here where we're splitting between 2 buffers? It is. Although really I should have just fully gone standby up here. Because I think we have enough biofuel for the moment. Yeah, we have plenty. Noita. I think, is that the one that has like the intense sim? Like where everything is simulated? I may have watched some of that, but I didn't play it. If it is the game that I'm thinking of. So this will give us a hazmat suit. So if we want, we could go get that pod that's at the top of the mountain. I could build a little factory to assemble this, but let's take 5 charcoal. Oh my gosh, are we 1 short? Are we 1 short? Are we really? We're 1 short. We're 1 short. Oh, am I thinking of the wrong game? I thought Noita was the... Oh yeah, it is. Okay, it is. It is it's the game where every single pixel is simulated. Is it good? Should I try it? It looked pretty. It seemed interesting. I might actually even have it from a bundle or something, but I never did play it. Okay, we're just getting so close. This is wait. I think I have some fabric. Fabric. I have 1. So, okay. While we're here, though, I don't need this stuff in my pocket. I don't think, at least. Okay. I remembered something that's maybe going to be our next goal. Okay, so let's build some of this. We'll just go ahead and build all this just so we have a few gas filters on hand, I guess. Draclin, I did something this week you're never going to believe. Or in the last week. You're going to be shocked when you find out. You'll never guess in a million years what I did.
Milestone reached. With the new hazmat suit and iodine-infused filters, you will be protected against uranium-based radiation.
Okay. So we're totally done with tier 7. That is great. We need to make the hazmat suit now, which is just another thing to take up inventory space. I did. I smoked weed for the first time. Mainly because I just realized, like, well, I should probably do that. Just, it's weird that I've done... If you consider the things that I have consumed, it's sort of silly, especially living in a place where it's legal, where there's, like, probably 7 dispensaries within a mile of me. So, just a little, just to try it out. I just shared a joint with somebody. Mainly just to, like, I don't know, get past it. Just to say, okay, I've done this. Am I missing this? Hazmat suit. Okay. What does it take? It takes... I need a little bit of aluminum. I need 50 more fabric. You knew it? You could tell by the... You could just see it in my eyes. Okay. That's annoying. Do I have any aluminum? I do have some aluminum ingots. So we could make a handful more of those all-clad sheets. So I think we only needed 3. But it still seems like I need a... I mean, it's not critical that we do this right now, but that's how this game works. You just think you need to do something, so you do it. Was that 50 fabric that it needed? That's a lot. 50 fabric. Consumes iodine-infused filters. What does that mean? Did that also make iodine-infused filters? Okay, well, that's fine. Did I unlock anything just now? Or by smoking? I unlocked a hazmat suit. Really, it was just we went on a walk, and I was on a walk with a friend, and she smoked this very gentle. It was also very gentle, and so I don't know. I feel like I don't know how to smoke things really, and so I had to be like very gentle with it. So I don't know. It's just kind of like it was very mild. It just kind of took the edge off of life a little bit. But maybe I'll try it in a more serious way now that I've gotten past the whatever mental barrier of just try a thing. Kind of don't want to deal with this right now, but it just takes so much. There's a company that has like this AI model that I don't remember the whatever I think I saw was like somewhere between a press release and like a marketing pitch, whatever. So I'm going to repeat this incorrectly, and you can look it up for the actual story. But they basically, it's a company that has an AI model that's I think the company's called April 19th. That's job is just to go through and come up with every chemical compound it can that should be psychoactive. And so it's just gonna like go through and figure out all psychoactive drugs and just give you a list of compounds, and then they can just kind of go through them one at a time, I guess, and make them. I don't know what the end game is, but interesting. How many of these I need? 50? We're gonna make it? Oh my gosh, it's gonna be so close. We're one short. We're one short again, and I'm one biomass short to get that. Hopefully it's just sitting on the conveyor belt. Is there one in here? Okay, there's some in there. Great. Kind of annoying. The UI in the game, I kind of like it. In general, the UI has not gotten too much in my way. There's some things that I wish were a little different, but I thought you had played Satisfactory. Have you not played it? It's so good, Jacqueline. It's too good. I knew I shouldn't have gotten it because it's too good. And now here I am 1 week and 80 hours later. Why am I incapable of seeing the hazmat suit? It's right there. Okay. Yeah, I have. I mean, Ben, I made it to what? I'm 41 and have never smoked weed. And I had basically never done anything up until my early 30s, and then uh, David is just some kind of influence, and I've done lots of things. But well, now's your chance, Ben. You live in a legal state. Go get some chocolates. Oh, isn't yeah. This game is good. It's good, and it's not just 3D Factorio. I still think maybe there's a purity to Factorio that's better. I don't know. The thing I saw something interesting. I forgot exactly how it's characterized, but that like Factorio is basically an extremely complicated tower defense game because a lot of the end of so much of what you're managing, unless you play in that peaceful mode, is just dealing with the monsters. But it characterized this game in another way. But I don't remember what the characterizations are, but I would agree with the idea that they're pretty different games. Even though it's very easy to see this as, oh, this is just 3D Factorio. I think that's reductive. I think there's a bit more to it than that. Okay, so I need 50 supercomputers, which do not look easy to make. I might have the parts for them, but that would be a whole new factory to set up. So I'm going to ignore that for a minute. Maybe I set up a supercomputer factory. I don't think I did. I think I set up an AI limiter factory. We could do this. 200 of these. Well, we just built a factory for that. So I think let's do this. Because I think I have enough of these, right? Didn't we just put those in a box? 33 here. So if we go up to the hill, maybe we have more. Which is good because we need this advanced aluminum production to make this and to make this. Seemingly not to make this, but I don't think I care that much for it. Well, no, we have to have these. So we have to start an entire like nuclear. Whoa, okay, great. So this magnetic field generator thing that we're going to need 4,000 of is going to have a whole nuclear pipeline. Gosh, Ben, you're like a drunken pirate. Okay, so what are we doing? We want to accomplish this. This seems like an achievable goal. I think we already have a lot of these things in our pockets. 3,000 copper wire. Okay. Okay. So we're trying to get to 50 of those radio units, which I'm pretty sure I have. In this little outhouse? That's the wrong outhouse. Where are the radio units? Is it this outhouse? Why do we... Oh, no! Okay, well, this is why we need to fly. Oh my gosh, these are so slow to make. They're 2.5 per minute, we need 50. I guess we could overclock this. I got a worm in my pocket, don't I? I have 3 worms in my pocket. Let's do it. Let's just overclock it. I think we have the overhead and the power grid to be able to... Just don't want to forget it, because I want to use those worms for other things. Okay. Let's overclock this, and we'll make a whopping 5 of these per minute. Maybe, if we can keep up with... Yeah, it looks like we have enough crystal oscillators. But that means we're going to need 2.5 crystal oscillators per minute. And we can't do that. And we don't have enough quartz for the crystal oscillators. And we only make 1 per minute of those. Oh, this game. Okay. So we're in dire need of quartz and aluminum. I think these are probably things we're going to try to figure out with the drones. This is a problem. So we're not even going to have enough to be able to do this, right? Because it takes 2.5 crystal. Well, it takes 1 crystal oscillator. And we only need... Okay, so I think we're okay. Because we're okay for now. Because we only need 17 more. So that's fine. Somewhere around here we should have a factory with just ludicrous amounts of copper wire. Where would that factory be? If we were a factory with ludicrous amounts of copper wire. Okay. I see copper wire here. It doesn't look like a ludicrous amount, though. Looks like we're actually underproducing copper wire here, which is not good. Why are we so underproducing copper wire? These are only 12.5. We should have more of these. Oh boy, I don't want to get caught up in this right now. We've got copper wire somewhere else, right? You gotta like resist the urge to optimize every single thing. Okay, I see a ton of copper wire over here. Maybe I can channel some of this down there. Although I think that's to make... I don't even know what the stuff down there is being used for. This isn't getting buffered either. So there really should be a buffer. In fact, let's just put one right here. Make a giant one. Let's make it go so fast. Okay. We need 3,000? That's going to take a minute. Okay, and then we need some more of the aluminum sheets, but those, we know where to get those. Let's just fly the rest of the way there, maybe? One thing I do like about the train tracks is it seems that you can always fly over them. Like, the train tracks themselves are electrified, so I think they always serve as power for your hover pack. Yeah, so the quartz is a problem. I have a quartz... There's a quartz quarry way up here, so we could try to do this same thing and bring the quartz down. Maybe we could just mix the quartz in to the... I don't know if it's worth it. Like, this is a much more severe drop. This at least gave us, like, little steppies. Oh my gosh, Jacqueline, it was so hard. It was such a pain to get stuff down the mountain, and now I'm considering if I want to try to get the quartz down the mountain, or if we just build a drone. So what did we actually need the quartz for? It was for those crystal oscillators. And so those this is the best part of this game, by the way, Jacqueline. It has a quick search button, which is amazing. So I can just hit N and bring this up. So those crystal oscillators, they need a lot of quartz. They don't build very frequently, which is good, but they do need a lot of quartz. So we could build a drone. That wouldn't quite get us to where we want to be. We'd at least get into our neighborhood. Maybe we want our home airport in a different place. That's a little more central to all the factories we already have. That's probably smart. Or do we keep it like where our train might be? A giant screw? What's that? This is it's a hyper tube. You can get inside of it and move quickly. I just wasn't near the entrance, so I decided to fly the rest of the way. Okay, so hopefully this looks bad. Why isn't this factory working? Uh-oh. Because of some very stupid mistake? Yes, because I managed to unplug the... Yeah, awesome. So we don't have any of the things we need because I somehow managed to unplug the miner. That's a bummer. What a sad story. Well, those at least produce 30 per minute. And we don't need that many, so... Okay, so the quartz. I do have a hypertube up to the quartz quarry, I think. Is this one? So let's go up there. I wish the hypertube is... I'm just not very hyper, unfortunately. Kind of a bummer. Draclin, I don't know where you are in terms of your up-to-dateness on heat drama. Did you know that I ported? I can't remember when the last time you checked in on it. That I ported heat to use this Cloudflare worker service. We ever talk about that? Yeah, this hypertube sucks, and I think actually a thing that's just a kind of major bug in the game, in my opinion, is that the hypertube very frequently, when you draw it, clips with the geometry of the world, and collisions are on for you as you travel. So you just saw it there. Like, the hypertube clips, and then you collide with that geometry as you're moving through it, and it slows you down. There are ways to make hypertube accelerators where you like build a line of hypertubes. I haven't tried that yet. Maybe I need to do it because it is painfully slow as it is. If I have the resources, we'll build it. We'll try that up top. It's so slow. Okay, so I have a whole factory of this stuff. I have two. Okay, so one option, if we chose to pursue it, would be to try to bring that quartz up here. Maybe be a little careful in this poison area. And then... That's weird, there's an alien artifact floating in the air right there. Bring that quartz up here and then try to like merge it as it goes down the hill. Okay, I'm on gas mask and go check things out. Ouch! I just died. That's annoying. Did I have no gas mask? Well, you know what I'm saying? Like we try to bring the quartz down. I don't know if we should bring that auto. Yeah, hopefully this autosave is good. Bring the already pulverized quartz down or the whole quartz. Just crashed again while saving or while loading. That is really unnerving. That's a worry. That's 2 times that it's done that today. That's never happened before. Hopefully it will. It'd be a reasonable load. I agree. Hopefully that's the right save. Hopefully we're all good. Okay. I think I used all my... I thought I kept some gas masks. I thought I decided, oh, I should keep some. Maybe I turned them all into hazmat gas masks. That must be what I did. But I thought I would need the hazmat suit before I needed the... Okay, actually, it's a terrible autosave. It's a truly awful autosave. So I guess I gotta go back 5 minutes and ride through the tube slowly again. That won't be fun. I think it's saved right as I don't know. Sometimes this seems like there's certain aspects of state that aren't fully recovered. So I don't know if it saved mid-fall or just if when it restored, I should have been hovering. Although this seemed to work, it restored and I had power in my hover pack. So I'm not sure actually. Okay, is the miner still? I gotta go hook up the power for the miner because I screwed up. Anybody? Okay, so anyway, that was like, where were we? That would have been right up here, basically. And so if we were able to get that quartz to here and then down to there, we could try to like, I don't know. I actually haven't done anything in this game yet with multiple of different kinds of resources on a single conveyor. I don't guess there's a reason that you can't do that. The bone soccer balls, I don't know what they are. They're just set dressing. Right? I don't think you can do anything with them. The soccer bones. Oh, come on. No, you can do it. Oh, yeah. Okay. You have to be near power to... for your hover pack to work. So I think this is the cliff, right? Isn't it just right here? It's kind of high up. I will admit. But, you know, if I could get to here, say, it's actually really high. So this is the thing that I hate, is it would be really hard to build these lifts are very hard to build. You can't anchor them at the top and then pull them down. So maybe the thing to do instead is just try to like estimate a good spot where we could come down and do something ridiculous. Don't fall, don't fall, don't fall. You got this, okay. Like that's, yeah, it's right here, right? That's where we need to be. So if we were just able to, I mean, this seems silly. If we just built out a lift here-ish and tried to get to it. You know? Oh, I have the Mark V now. It takes those aluminum sheets, so we really have to ramp up the aluminum sheet production. Okay. Well, good to know. We want this to be this build mode. And we'll just do a Mark III for now. So we can get pretty up there. So I think if we did that, we would be okay.
Breaking news from Earth. Widespread chaos and mayhem. World President urges all citizens to do their part and harvest alien artifacts.
Alright, I'm gonna do this. I don't really like to do this, but I'm gonna kind of Fortnite my way over there. Just so we don't have to go through the slow hypertube again.
Harvest it. Picking up multiple Fix-It personnel in the area. Proceed with
Okay,
harvest.
there's
It's
poison.
too late.
Being poisoned. Let's eat a bunch of snacks. And then, really, an important thing we want is to get some power up here so that we can hover. And then maybe we can just hover above the poison.
I strongly advise you to harvest this specimen.
Get this cool S-shaped alien artifact. The trains I have not really gotten into. So I was talking about this last time, but the trains you get pretty late. So early on you get like vehicles, you get trucks, and I really didn't like them. I didn't feel like it worked. It just didn't. It made a bad impression, and I just found other ways to do what I wanted to do. And then kind of shortly, not long after unlocking trains, maybe I'm not remembering this quite right, but what felt like not long after unlocking trains, I unlocked drones. So I don't, at a glance, you do have trains, and you do have some ability to have logic for those trains. In the little bit that I looked into it, it doesn't feel as robust as Factorio's trains. But it does have like signaling and some rules like that. So it's they have some level of robustness, I guess. I just am not exactly sure how robust. Okay, so let's try. Hopefully this will get us over here. Great. And yeah, so the goal is just to get the crystal elsewhere, I guess. Okay, so we're gonna have all these. This is like processed quartz, or whatever that's worth. They're all very jammed up. We should just update all these conveyors, I guess. I mean, I could certainly build more factories for this. Okay, so now we're gonna have a ton of quartz headed down the hill. I did just put a bunch in my pockets, though, right? I didn't. I should have, but I didn't. Okay, so we needed this quartz to build some more radios. While we're over here, we want to pick more of that aluminum sheet. And what else? Ignore the enemies. So here's the thing I haven't really decided. So I mean, I feel like that was a pretty normal thing in Factorio, right? To have multiple of different kinds of items on a single conveyor. So I just haven't even done that in here. I don't really know of a reason that you couldn't. But so should I just merge this? I might regret this. But it'd be really annoying otherwise. So let's just try this. So we'll stick, we'll put crystal on the same conveyor belt, and then we'll just use a, so I guess I will just interleave it. Okay, here it comes. Okay, it just interleaves it, which is fine. And then way down here, we will want to buffer. We'll want a splitter and then buffer into two separate kind of buffer containers. Can things be side by side? You mean conveyors? Not in the Factorio way. Not where there's a left and right side. You would need two belts. Belts are fairly cheap, but they have, like I just got the Mark V belt that uses pretty expensive material. So they just get their capacity. I mean, Factorio did that too, right? Maybe there's more tiers of belt speed here. I don't remember how many there were in Factorio. Okay, so we're gonna need to have some like, let me think about this for a second because I don't want to mess it up. So we want to have a smart splitter, and it's just going to take this input. Oh no! I didn't bring any AI limiters with me. Oh no! Oh no. Okay, well, we're in trouble. So I'm going to stop this, and let's go back. That's specifically one of the things I took out of my pocket and said, I won't need any of this. Surely I won't need this. Okay, but we have the materials we need there. We're going to get some more copper from that copper buffer we made. So, okay. So we'll have to come back and fix the splitting problem as we enter the slowest hypertube. I don't know, maybe you're expected to do that hyperloop thing. In reading about it, it seemed like kind of a hack. Like people just figured out like, oh, if you do this crazy thing and line these up, you can go really fast. But maybe it's a semi-supported thing, if not fully supported thing. This is a slow tube. So slow. To watch a YouTube video on how to optimize my tubes. It's so slow. Just let me out of the slow tube. I mean, it's faster than walking, but still real slow. Okay, so we made a buffer right there for our copper. And we need 3,000, so 6 stacks. One, two, oops. We have too much garbage. What else is garbage? Okay. And we hopefully have enough of those radios now. The tracks are pretty ridiculous. They're very, very curvy. Yeah, I think I will do more with trains. I decided to skip trains because I thought that I felt like, oh, I'm close to drones and I'll just power through and just get to drones. But I think drones just won't do the volume that trains will do. So I think there'll be some materials that I will just really need to do. We're 5 short. Uh-oh. What are we out of? This. It's 80 per minute. Okay, so we need to make more. Okay, I will. I'm probably going to stop streaming here soon, but in the next few days, if I get on the trains, I will pick up the Drac phone and contact you wherever you are in the world so you don't miss the trains. Okay, aluminium. Man, it just eats through the aluminium. 45. Yeah, we just need 5 more. So to get 5 more, we only need 80. So I think we're going to be okay. We'll at least unlock whatever tier I'm on. The advanced aluminum production. Okay, we just need 1 more. Just 1 more. Come on, buddy. Okay. We've accomplished so much today. Presumably, we have an airport full of batteries over here, right? Is that what we've done? We have an airport that just feeds batteries to itself? Yes. Hmm. Where's the drone? Did I do something bad? Why is the drone not flying anymore? I don't know what that means with a little caution sign. Does that mean the drones are not flying right now? Okay, we got this. We got this tier. We got so much copper wire. Just an embarrassment of copper wire. We've got so much all-clad aluminum sheet. We have so many of these things. And we have advanced
Milestone
aluminium.
reached. The object scanner can now find underground wells which can be pressurized to extract resources such as nitrogen, water, and oil.
This thing looks
Nitrogen
insane.
will contribute to more advanced aluminum parts.
So it seems like our next really big thing is going to be this fused modular frame because it's required for both of these. This one also, I believe... Yeah, so this thing that we need 1,000 of seems insane because it seems like it's going to need the fancy aluminum stuff, but also a particle accelerate. Gosh. Okay, yeah, these just seem outrageous, but okay. I would like to do this one next because I want this Mark III miner because I feel like that's actually going to make a difference in the game. I mean, maybe I just don't know what these things do, but I don't see anything here that looks like it'll make a big difference in the game. Like, yeah, really none of these. This is the last thing that to me looks like, oh, we're going to do cool stuff. So, let's say we want to aim for that next. The supercomputers is going to be difficult. The pipe, I'll give you pipe all day. Yeah, the supercomputers are... It's only 100. But then I think we're going to need those to make other things, so... Okay, what did we actually get from this? Yeah, so is it supercomputers that we need to start on? I feel like focusing hard on this is the thing to do. It needs 100 supercomputers, which is going to be hard, but it's manageable. This thing... Oh, that sucks. Oh, man, really? Right. Okay. Well, that makes sense. I shouldn't be surprised at this. We can't make these until we go through figuring out all this stuff with like figuring out the nitrogen. I thought I already could scan for crude oil. Is a well different? I guess wells are different. So, but we can make the, I guess we package the nitrogen and then fly it wherever we can with the drone. The objective to win, I think it doesn't exist yet, I think, because it's still early access and I think they're kind of going a tier at a time. So I'm now at the phase 4 objectives in the upper right corner, which is it's like a very massive leap over the previous objectives. The previous objectives were challenging, but this phase 4 is like much more complicated than the previous phases. So I don't know why. In my mind, they're going to add tiers 9 and 10 and one more phase, and that will be the game will be finished. But I don't. Maybe I read that in the early access statement, or maybe it did. They'll just keep going forever. I don't know. But anyway, basically, when I do this, I will be done with the game until they add more content. Kind of. There's other sort of parallel things to work on and unlock. I have most of those things unlocked, but this is the immediate goal, and it just looking at it feels like 30 or 40 hours just for this. So I have a total of 80-ish hours in the game total, and just to get to this feels like, I don't know, 20 or 30 hours maybe, because it will be such a leap in complexity. So I guess the first thing to do, because I'm pretty sure none of these are even remotely close. I think I'm about done for today, but I am curious about... I'm curious about this, whether there's this distinction between wells and just piles of oil, which is what I've found so far. So nothing showed up on my ping. I'm worried about my drones. Okay. So those are oil. I guess oil wells are different. Although interestingly, I have oil far fields. Okay, but the thing we will need that we just don't even have a path for is the nitrogen. I feel like this is acting weird. Switch to another device. Nitrogen gas. So I feel like I haven't seen a drone in a while. Hasn't this been at 146 batteries for a while? Incoming transfer rate, 8 items per minute. But like, where are they? What is wrong with my drones? I don't know how to know. Insufficient batteries and insufficient batteries. Uh-oh. Well, I feel like I better go check that out. In my slow hyper tube. Okay, I'm gonna check out the battery situation and then call it, I think. Okay, where is this nitrogen gas? There's some in this area I have never even been to. There's actually one close to the quartz quarry, so that is great news. So if we can get... There's actually one not too far. Okay. I did see one over there. So that's not bad news. Like, there's some nitrogen kind of not too terribly far from some of our bases. Oh yeah. Oh shoot! I was supposed to... Man. Totally forgot. Supposed to get AI limiters to fix this. I think the AI limiter factory is just right there, so let's go grab some. So probably the objective of the next stream will be to at least bootstrap nitrogen production. I don't really know what it takes. I mean, some of those things... So we got a resource well pressurizer. Can we place it on a resource well to activate it by pressurizing the underground resource? Once activated, resource well extractors can be placed on the surrounding subnodes. Oh, I see. Huh. Okay, but those are easy to make, and the materials are readily available. So, can I actually make it up here? Doesn't seem like I can. Maybe tomorrow we stream the dog. We make the dog happen. We gotta make some supercomputers happen, so we need to make happen. We have these chips here. What are they short on? Quickwire. Okay, quickwire's on the way. So actually we need faster quickwire ingress. Huh. Okay. We do have this thing over here, and it's cranking out these AI limiters, so we do need AI limiters. So we have AI limiters, and we have chips. I think that gets us most of the way to the supercomputers. Plastic, air limiter, yeah. So it just becomes... The really difficult problem just becomes routing everything. I really should run some power out here so I can use my fun backpack. I should have done that just now, but I didn't. You think I can jump off this and live? I'm gonna guess no. But I have no power here. Let's just save. Oh, okay, I was saved by the train tracks. Okay. Okay, we're gonna put in our splitter. We're gonna go check on our battery production. What could be wrong with our battery production? Well, I have no sulfur, so if I get up there and there's no batteries because there's no sulfur, then I'm stuck. But we'll just fix it next time, I guess. Hopefully there is sulfur up there and I just messed up the, just messed up the pipe connections or something. Well, we shall see. Slowly up the mountain. Man, I don't want to fix the dog thing. Look, I have too many projects that are like not going very well at the moment. Look, all my projects, work projects, personal projects, are just like, things are not The pieces aren't fitting together in a pleasing way. Too many projects, as is probably true. But maybe if one of them was going well, I would just want to work on that one project and get it done. I mean, some might say that I should be working, for example, on the dog instead of playing this game. We have no batteries. How did this happen? So we're gonna have no sulfuric acid, right? Yeah, so that's the problem. So how did I screw this up? Maybe the math just doesn't work out, but the math seems like it should work out. If I'm taking stacks of the sulfuric acid, how much do we use? 50 per minute, which is a lot. Make 5 sulfuric acid, and then a battery takes 2.5 of those. So actually, our math just might not work at the moment. That doesn't seem possible, though, because if we could... The battery depot, so this one goes home and back. I don't know. Something feels like it doesn't quite check out. Oh, come on. Just... I forgot to do the splitter, didn't I? I forgot to do the splitter. Okay, listen. Just getting a little distracted here. Do we put on the hazmat suit and get this thing while we're up here? Probably get killed in the process. And we got the hazmat suit, right? So I think the answer is yes. I think there's some horrible creatures down there. Uh-oh. Where are they? Oh, there's a lot. And there's a big one. Let's not do this. Let's not do this right now. I made a rifle, I just have never used it. So at some point, I should just need to bring the rifle. Whoa. Binary, what a triumph. That sounds like large institution problems. Why does it take so long? Is it just because it's finances and everything has to be so carefully considered, or? Okay, so is the issue that we have so much sulfur? We have what if we use our fastest belts? So we're just, I mean, there's no reason to do this because the mine can't produce sulfur this quickly. And we use like this thing has got to be just full of sulfur, right? It's just loaded to the brim with sulfur. So, but it's only doing 3 stacks per minute. So it's doing 300 sulfur per minute. How much were we using? We were only using 50 a minute, though. So we should be gaining a surplus of sulfur. Did I do something wrong with my splitting of the batteries? I see. So it was actual work. Actual work happened. It wasn't just an abundance of caution. Too much caution. Okay, let's do the splitter. Gah, the frickin' batteries. Where did I go wrong with the batteries? Uh-oh. 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 Do we die? Somehow survived. We fell again. Okay. Great. Just gonna eat enough snacks. While you eat snacks while falling to your death and you won't die. Pro tip. Hot strats. Okay, what am I doing? Anybody know? I think we want to go over here. Oh, we want to make a splitter. And then we want 2 buffers. Okay. Let's just talk this through. We want a smart splitter. I'm just going to complain that it's too... Okay. And our smart splitter, we're going to say, to the left is aluminum ingots. To the right is quartz crystals. How does that sound? Alternatively, we could buffer them. Okay, actually, this could be a big problem. Because if one backs up... Okay, we'll deal with that if we get there. Just make 2 of these. Nothing fancy. And one's going to be quartz and one's going to be... Oh, we didn't set the center. And then let's make this obscenely fast. And actually it would be nice to make it obscenely fast all the way back up to the point of where we split. Do Mark 4. Ugh, I don't want to deal with the dog. I mean, it's fine, but just, I don't want to add new... I don't have things to think about right now. Oh. I can't afford that. Okay. That's too bad. Let's switch it back to Mark 3 for now. Okay, anyway. So we've got our 2 things. They seem to be splitting properly. That's good news. The thing I'm worried about, though, is if we max out... I did these backwards. I should have done them the other way. Oh, well. If we max out the quartz crystals, it's going to back up our throughput for the aluminum ingots, right? So this is a dangerous game I'm playing. What is the easy way around that? I mean, the silly way is this is an item, this resource sink, basically, where you can just sink resources if you have too many. But I won't know if I have too many. Like, I don't just want to send them straight to the sink. I want to be able to fully fill up the buffer. So I don't know. There's stuff. I feel like I should be able to solve this. Like, I feel like this is a thing I could solve with Factorio. I guess I could have this path going to the resource sink, and it could have a splitter that came off of it that was high speed. I don't know. So I have these two coming, right? I have aluminum ingots and crystal coming into these two storage containers. I'm only using the ingots right now. I'm just storing these for later. But what I'm worried about is that this container is going to totally fill up and it's going to jam up this conveyor belt, and then I won't be getting aluminum ingots anymore, which I need. And so I could send this to a resource sink, which is just a thing that like throws away excess stuff. But there's no way for me to say like, well, you have to fill this buffer fully before you start considering throwing away things. A loop. Well, but the beginning of the line in this case is like... I see what you mean. Like, have this... Like, have the... these guys go back and wrap around. The issue is the place where they come together is halfway up the mountain. So I don't want to take them back up to the... halfway up the mountain. Look, the thing I want is actually for this to act like a capacitor. I want this to like have to fill up before it discharges. I wish I could configure this in such a way that it was like, don't put anything out until this is full, basically. I mean, well, okay, we're still about to say we could start using those, but then we would need to be sure to use them at the same rate. I don't know what to do about this right this minute. Yeah, overflow system. That's probably a thing that somebody's figured out. Okay, I really meant to be done like half an hour ago, so let me just go and make some batteries and maybe see what my drone battery issue is. That's a bummer, since that was kind of the whole function of what we're supposed to do today. Just don't mix things on the same conveyors. Yeah, well... I really considered that. Like, we could go back and undo that. I mean, maybe that's just a bad thing to do in this game. So I'm using the smart splitter. That's what I'm doing currently. But I think the smart splitter could still end up jammed up. As it currently stands, the smart splitter could jam up as well. And it would be okay. I'd be okay with using the resource sink for now. Like, I have some of those. I have resource sinks in various places where it's just like, oh, I'm producing excess stuff and I want to throw it away so it doesn't block other things. Like, I'm okay with that. It's just this doesn't... I can't do that here because if I just hooked that container to a resource sink, it would just throw away everything in the container, you know? It would not... it wouldn't do the thing I need it to do. Okay, so let's think through this for a second. I forgot what it said our throughput was, but even if it was like 3 stacks, that should be 300 sulfuric acid, right? And it only takes 5 sulfur, so we use 50 a minute. So I thought it was 3 stacks a minute. So how did we run out? How did we run out of sulfuric acid? Is it something about the way I split the batteries? So that's 50 a minute. That's gonna build up our little dude here. This is totally fine in terms of alumina. Well, this is also 50 a minute. So we're producing 50 a minute and we're using 50 a minute. So that should be fine. And that is to produce 20 batteries in a minute. And the batteries right now, you can see, are being split between the two drone ports. Wait. Outgoing. Why are the batteries not showing up here as they go into the... Am I insane? Didn't I just see a battery go in here? Oh, I guess they were going straight into the drone. So I'm getting batteries that are loading up, and those should fly home, and they should unload, and then totally independently... Well, this sucks because the batteries... So that's taking 8 batteries per trip. So it needs 8 batteries for every round trip that it makes, but that should be achievable, right? So I'm going to steal these batteries and go put them in the sulfur drone. So if that, then that would mean that we needed 16 batteries. So I mean, maybe the math just doesn't actually work out. This is a more complicated one. It is a big drone, it's true. Well, it's a cargo drone. Like, the math on this one is a bit more complicated than the normal just logistics math of like, oh yeah, this many per minute out because of the duration of the drone flight. But it measures it in stacks. So it should be full stacks regardless of... And so I would have thought, seemingly incorrectly, maybe I'm just totally wrong here. Yeah, I would have thought that we had enough to make it there and back, but it's kind of complicated since we're sharing batteries and then also splitting the batteries. So the batteries get split in half, and then half of that gets split between the two. But if we're making 20 batteries per minute... I just don't understand. Well, so the battery, or the fuel, is non-rechargeable batteries, which is annoying. But that's what I was just trying to figure out, is how many batteries per minute. That previous drone said it was using 8 batteries for a round trip, which should be okay. Again, if we are actually producing 20 a minute. And we should have plenty of sulfur, and the sulfur should be buffering when we're not flying, so I don't know. I mean, you know, clearly it didn't work, so... Like, is this... Maybe this isn't getting... I'm gonna die if I try to fly on this again. Oops. Ooh. It just like flung me off into my death. So maybe don't fly on a drone. Is there some way? Maybe there's some trick to it. Is there some trick to being able to fly on a drone and not dying? Maybe you're just not supposed to. I've lost my cursor. Uh-oh. Well. Yeah, it kind of would be nice to have a real bird's eye map. So I seem to be extremely dead, and I seem to have lost. Okay, I'm gonna die immediately because the drone's about to take off. Yeah, but I think I can jump off the drone before it kills me. Maybe, maybe not. Okay, the thing we need to verify though is that that drone is dumping sulfur. Okay, we just fully crashed again. So I think we're gonna call it a night. We should remember we're on a drone next time we play. Um, Kyle and Life is Yours and Draclin and Binary, thanks for hanging out. So yeah, I don't know. We gotta probably stop playing Satisfactory and play Cloudflare instead tomorrow, even though I really want to. I don't want to do that. It was such a pain. Although most of the pain really was the web token stuff. So my ambition will be to spend 2 hours probably trying to even understand how heat works at this point. Port it to using durable objects, which is going to be a bit annoying, but hopefully not terrible. I think it can just be a map of WebSockets keyed on of WebSocket servers, the Cloudflare ID of a WebSocket server, keyed on the channel ID, so it's really easy to look up. And then just whenever a packet comes in that needs to go to a specific channel, the dog group will be responsible for finding the proper replica. And then that should be easy because we just have to look in a map. So I think it won't be too bad. I hope it won't be too bad. It might be bad. I don't know. Anyway, we'll figure it out. But the real question is, can we figure it out in the next 2 days before December billing starts? And I'm going to say the answer is probably no. The dog example, I'm a little confused by, and it may just be their nomenclature that's a little confusing, but they made their replicas called rooms. So it kind of still seems like individual chat rooms are durable objects, and then they just connected all the individual WebSockets for a particular user to that. But I don't know if that was just if it actually is chat rooms in the sense that you think it is, or if that's just the naming they'd use. So it is the dog example is a chat setup. I don't think it's quite the same as the previous chat. But basically, they just give you some abstract classes that you have to do the thing. Oh no! Although, um, I just realized something that I think could be pretty funny, and I'm just gonna turn off the stream and go not think about it if it's true. Okay, I think it's got to still be okay, right? Right? It's it's all TypeScript, but they do seem to provide a. Oh, they don't. So it's all TypeScript. So and there's no releases, I guess. So we have to. That's annoying. We'll have to pull this repository, I guess, and what is this going to build to? Index.js, but they don't include this. I thought build.js was going to be the build, but it's not. I don't want, yeah, I really don't want to rewrite everything we've done in TypeScript. I guess we could. I really don't want to. Um, can we build you? Install. Dog. Oh, maybe when we install, we get it for free? Maybe. Maybe it doesn't matter. Yeah, so this figures out which replica to be used. Parent still doesn't quite make sense to me though. Like identify if none are available. Identify a replica to be used. So that's not exactly the thing we want. We need to be able to find which is the right. Like somewhere is a way to query and say like, hey, are you the replica that I want? And I don't think I fully understand that yet. Gossip. Gossip. So that's replica talking to each other, but I don't want the replicas to talk to each other. I just want the group to talk to the replica, unless you can't. So it may be that you can't do that. Maybe you can't do the thing that I'm thinking of, which is I want a request to come in, and I want new channel, new broadcasters to just get their WebSocket connection tied to some replica, which is their just like redundant node thing. Um, and then so I'd have like 10 per or 100 per whatever on these replicas would represent a group of 10 channels, 10 broadcasters. Then I have to figure out how to talk to the correct replica, which I thought is what identify was, but I think it's not. I think identify is how it just decides figures out where to send it. Identify. That's not very useful. Like, how does the chat example do it? I just wasn't quite understanding the chat example at a glance. Um, so in the example, lobby ID. Yeah, I think it's going to end up being one of those things, like a whisper or a. So maybe I don't. So I guess I was thinking previously that I needed to find the proper replica that had the correct channel on it, but maybe that doesn't matter. Maybe the group could just broadcast to all replicas when a click came in, and then the individual replica would just look up. Um, yeah, so the individual replica would be like, "Hey, do I know about that channel?" I don't love that because it's a lot of redundant traffic. If you end up with where there's many replicas, which hopefully in my case that isn't the case, you'd be sending redundant data to a lot of them versus trying to identify the proper replica. Um, well, that's weird though. So this is the username basically, this request ID. So you can have multiple separate lobbies groups. For this demo, each lobby has its own set of room replicas, but you may, for example, want to have a room replica set for an entire server and use the lobby channel as a namespace. This is really not very clear. But this is what's confusing to me. So the GID, is that the group ID? I guess that's the group ID. So the request ID is essentially the replica ID. So I guess this is identify. But didn't it say I needed to write identify? But this is saying look for a place where parent is the lobby and child is the room. Where does room come from? Inv.room. room is the name of the. Yeah, that doesn't make very much sense to me. It's not very clear, unfortunately. Yeah, I know, and unfortunately, this is even one layer removed in annoyingness because this is like kind of a one-off that it seems like just one person sort of did to try to solve this problem, and so it's even kind of less. Okay, so what a group can do. So it has this idea of a WebSocket that can do this stuff. So Whisper is actually probably what I want, right? Because I want to talk to a specific WebSocket target, but I need. Hmm, the socket interface. Yeah, I think Whisper is probably actually the right thing. I just have to know the target, but I don't know how these are keyed. Like it's a string. Is that some identifier? Probably some dumb identifier and not. It'd be great if it was the name, like username or whatever. Um, so that's using own system. You mean for the identify? So what a replica can do is it can receive, it can get these WebSocket dudes, which is handy. This is the gossip. So that is like dealing with gossip among replicas, but ideally I don't think I ever have that. I don't think I ever have replicas talking to each other. Um, what I do need though is a group to be able to, yeah, this is what I don't really understand. Like if I want the group to talk to everybody, and maybe I can't. Like I'm a little confused about, so these, you get these on opens right here. So you get these socket references inside your replica. So the replicas know about these sockets. Yeah, I just don't know. Hmm. Oh, and so Whisper is, I see, because this is just the interface. It's not the actual implementation of Whisper. So, hmm. You see what my problem is? Like, what it looks like is a ignoring the clicks for the moment and just focusing on the WebSocket part. Is a broadcaster is going to connect and they will get funneled into some replica where the group has decided there is room, right? So the me for my channel, I just am on some random replica somewhere. And there a lot of this is concerned about letting these WebSocket clients together, which is not a thing that happens with Heat. Heat is like, there's a single point. There's no crosstalk with WebSockets with Heat. What I need instead is, in addition to farming these WebSocket connections out to whatever the array of replicas I have, is I need separately to have post requests that come in, and then I need to be able to channel those to. I need to be able to find the WebSocket connection. I need to be able to find which replica has the channel I care about. And so either I have to identify it and figure out either that is a function of identify. Well, but that's the thing is that the it's that works in one direction. So I mean something like that could work. So there's kind of three ways you could imagine it. The way I want it to work is that from the group level, there's a way to figure out which replica a individual WebSocket connection is on, because that's actually the thing that I want. Um, if I can't do that, then I have to like broadcast to all replicas, and then the replicas themselves will have to. That can't be the way, though. That can't be the way it works, right? Like that's what's a little confusing, because it seems like the group is pretty dumb. Like looking at the example, what the group does is almost nothing. Lobby is their group, and it doesn't do anything other than just manage the, it just manages the creation of the groups, and everything else in the example. Yeah, so you get, when a fetch happens, I don't really understand where the room inv.room is coming from. Well, I think I can funnel it down. I think it's, I mean, if worst case scenario, just everything that comes in. Well, okay, maybe I see what you're saying, is maybe you can't, like this is the thing, right? This is the thing of me trying to find a room. So it's this identify function, but what identify function is actually being called here? Is it this? No. Is it this? Yes. So it has a mapping. Use this replica if found and not over the limit. So we have a request and a request ID. But what is the request ID? That's what's so confusing here, is because this talks about it like it's rooms, but this is the user. So that's what I'm so confused about here, is like they use this nomenclature of room, but when you look here at what this request ID is, I looked at the front end, and this U is the username or anon. And so, but is that finding, is this just telling me that this is the room where that user is? So get the request ID. Because we need the room.fetch, which in room you don't get to use fetch, but you get to use receive. So we're basically getting this. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe like room is what they're calling their replicas, and I thought it meant that meant they were treating them like chat rooms, but I don't know. It almost feels like there's no rooms in the normal sense of the chat, like chat sense. There's not rooms here, but maybe I'm wrong. I wish they had this hosted somewhere where I could just try it without having to host it myself, just so I could see it. They enter an arbitrary username, the lobby class, Lobby ID is the chat room. But it's funny, they say that's chat room, but I think that's the group. The underlying replica allows and accepts multiple connections sharing the same username. So, okay, this is just terrible naming. This is just truly terrible naming. Um, the the chat room is really just people sharing the same username. So why call it the username? Why don't you call it the room name? Um, this is really bad. See any messages meant for them on all connected devices, including replica only, which this doesn't make. Why would why would group talk only to the replica? However, this behavior not be welcome in other applications. Gateway identify. Yeah, it's bad. It's just bad. It's just not very. This example is bad, or I'm just totally not understanding it. But it seems bad. Okay, when a connection is established, the client sends a rec user list query. The room server owning the connection sees this query, then gossips with the other room instances to compile a list of connected users. That's interesting. The room then sends this list only to the new connection via socket.send. So that's kind of interesting. So that's the gossip, but we still don't care about that. Like the gossiping, we don't care about. So socket whisper kind of makes sense. Yeah, maybe I should just stick with the more sensible example. So if the room gets I feel like this is really overblown too. It's like a little overwrought. It's sort of hard to find. So this is what happens if a message happens. Like, where does this socket come from? Yeah, okay. I mean, maybe this example is really making things difficult, but I feel like the base documentation was a bit confusing too. So generally a unique client identifier. But is that is that my channel? Like what's the a user supplied a user supplied method to identify an incoming request. Or anon. So maybe that's just the channel name. Um, so if this was a task, that one's just no good because it doesn't show the. I need the no. I need the connect because I need to maintain the. I didn't know how to do the WebSocket stuff basically. Um, there's another example. So maybe this example. Yeah. So this is. So counter is the replica. Hmm. So this connect, yeah, I think it's going to take a while. I mean, I don't know. I feel like we'll just have to start working on it and figure it out as we go. The so this is just like counting the messages, or oh, I see. So you can send messages to do this. So this kind of makes sense. This is how we're gonna like try to connect. Yeah, I just don't need the peer to peer is the part that's a little annoying. Like I need the way to very um cleanly and easily get the replica I want. I guess that's like the main thing that I need to be able to do. Like, so I don't think gossip is very relevant to me, but um, because this is what's a bit confusing still. So the only group example they give down here, they start with the replica. Down here, they start with the replica. So the only group example they give is this, which is there's a pool and then there's tasks. So to identify, generate a unique client identifier, purely application specific logic. So yeah, right. So those are the types. That's the child. So you have 50 connections. Still kind of weird, but okay. Um, I guess I'm still a bit confused on how in my pool, like this example just doesn't do enough, I guess, right? Like it's not showing me not showing me the hmm, well, unless it's in here. Okay, this is it. So I guess you have to generate a durable object ID from a task name. So that would basically be my channel. And then I'm going to load the durable object and forward the request. So this is the basic thing I have to do. I think this will get me to the individual channel that I want to talk to. And I think a lot of the other stuff in their chat example is stuff that is just really irrelevant to me because I don't care really at all about any data coming from the WebSocket client, and I don't need any facility for the WebSocket for the replicas to talk to each other. I don't need any of that stuff. Um, and this is good because I know the name both from the broadcaster when they connect because it's part of the URL, and I know it from the Twitch user because it's in the payload. So okay, I think I understand. I definitely will have to like bumble through it a little bit, but yeah. So we get so okay. I don't think it will be too bad actually. This is making more sense to me. I was mistakenly thinking that this like identifier thing was replica identifying, but now I think I understand that you are not the at runtime basically as you write your like your the real util like your real handler code, you are kind of not even supposed to know the replicas exist, right? That's what it seems like. Is you don't your job is not to even deal with replicas, and that was what was so confusing about me with the chat thing. I think it's just because they named the replicas were named rooms, um, which is just weird. It just kind of didn't make any sense. So um, I guess I'm still a little confused though, because individual tasks, well, that's fine. I mean, whatever. Mine will just be like, yeah, right. And, which it makes sense because they wanted to show the cross replica stuff. So for me, I will have a group that is just like, yeah, called pool, whatever, my replica pool. And then, yeah, this is why it's a little confusing. Okay. I have the group. The group will manage all the replicas, but the individual replicas will need to manage a bunch of connections, which I think it does transparently, right? Isn't that what we're understanding from this? The number of active connections within each replica instance is automatically tracked and shared between the replica and its group. The replica's count is decremented when the connection is closed. This means that when the replica works with WebSockets, open connections continue to reserve replica quota until closed. Right. Okay. So I mean, I think half the challenge here is going to be me coming up with naming that makes sense for me. But basically, I will have at the group level something, and then under that, it will manage multiple replicas. So this is our fun little tree. The group is up here. Here's all the replicas. Then each replica manages some number of connections, and that's the topology, and that's I think where I was confused. There's one more layer here than I was accounting for. But I think in practice, I don't even have to think about the replica. So so I could have a replica that had up to 100 people or whatever. So whatever, I'll call it like channel cluster or whatever will be my replica name because it will be a cluster of channels or a bundle of channels will live under a single replica for me. And it's that's great if it actually manages. Okay, there's one other piece. Shoot. There's one other annoying piece here that I have to think about for 1 second. And then I have to think about if I care enough about it, which is the only other thing that I'm doing that's kind of persistent is the is per channel. I do maintain a list of yeah, right. It's the channel. It's the WebSocket connections to the broadcasters. But it maps one to one what my current idea of a channel is. So right now I have a channel durable object that will go away, and it will just be a thing that exists under the replica land, which is it's fine. Um, but there's one other piece that's weird here, and I don't quite know what to do about it. Um, which maybe the counter should tell me. Okay, so just at that level, I see. So I could just have a map. Hmm. So it's the thing that I'm thinking through right now is the rate limiting, the throttling, and that's fine. Just each replica can manage its own throttling. That's fine. And it will just have a map entry that gets added or removed as WebSocket connections get added or removed. And it will be like a map of maps, I guess, because it will be a map per channel. That that worries me a little bit because that is the one piece of this that would be unconstrained memory. Because if we suddenly have to start, hmm, we just don't know, you know, there could be a replica that just happens to end up with 5 channels with a ton of traffic, and so the memory footprint would potentially grow a lot. I have to think about that a little bit. Yeah, I know. That's the weird part. It's because it's not even a WebSocket. It's even weirder because it's not even a WebSocket connection. It's you're right. It's one. It's their thing that is like the half WebSocket server, WebSocket client, where they switch it, where they split it. So it's even a bit more complicated. So, okay, I think this mostly makes sense. The one thing I'm not super comfortable with is the rate limiting. Oh, but I know what to do about that because in the original version of Heat, I used that on Redis and I just expired it. Yeah, that's the way to do it. So it could momentarily be large, but it would always auto clean up itself. So instead of storing it, you just every time a user clicks, you store their user ID and a timestamp, and then you just have a thing that is running continually, and every 2 seconds throws away anything that is above a certain age. Um, so it's very quickly emptied out. You don't have some like massively continually growing thing with all usernames. It still means like, yeah, there's some you'd probably want to limit that in some way. Anyway, okay. I think it's weird. It hurts my brain a little bit, but we'll figure it out. This is definitely one of those things that looking at the code and looking at the documentation only gets me so far, and I have to actually try to do it to learn. I think that's how I am for most things, really. Okay, cool. Well, it feels weird to be streaming with no music at all. Okay, thank you, people. I will talk to you soon. Good night, Binary, Jacqueline, Wife, Kyle, everybody. Until next time, goodbye.